Evening, everyone. This evening's meetings begins with a public meeting of council. It's appropriate that before we call this meeting to order, that as we gather today, we respectfully acknowledge on behalf of council and the community that the city of Pembroke resides on the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin people. We thank the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. It is with this statement that we honor and respect the Algonquins on whose land we reside. I call this public meeting to order. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Councillor Plummer?
In item 5A, I have an interest as my brother is the applicant.
Okay, thank you. So then moving ahead to new business, the first up we have is Z11-2023, which is 588 Pembroke Street East. Let the record show that Councillor Plummer has left the table. This meeting has been called to consider the application under the City of Pembroke zoning bylaw 2020-05 to rezone the property municipally known as 588 Pembroke Street East from residential type 1 R1 zone to residential type 2-36 / R2-36 zone. Mr. CAO, could you please provide notice of how this notice was given?
Notice was given by mail to all owners of the property within a 120-meter radius of the subject land and was posted on the site on September the 28th, 2023.
Thank you. And at this time, if I would ask that the planning report be provided to us from Mr. Hutton, who is the city planner regarding this particular application.
Thank you, Your Worship. The applicant, Mr. Alex Plummer, has submitted a site plan proposing the construction of a semi-detached dwelling, being 2 dwelling units, each with a secondary dwelling unit for a total of 4 dwelling units on the property at 588 Pembroke Street East. The property is currently zoned residential type 1 by the zoning bylaw, which permits up to a single detached dwelling. One of these exists, originally constructed in 1949. According to the applicant's proposal, this existing building will be fully demolished to make way for the proposed new development. While the neighborhood immediately to the south of 588 Pembroke Street East is largely made up of single detached dwellings in residential type 1 zones, Pembroke Street East itself, within a 1 kilometer radius of the property, is lined with a diverse mixture of residential and commercial zoning, residential type 1s to residential type 4s, local commercials to highway commercials, even in institutional zoning. Immediately abutting the property of this application is 580 Pembroke Street East, and immediately abutting that is 574 Pembroke Street East, which both of these properties were recently the subject of zoning bylaw application amendments requesting the exact release of this application. So both this council as well as the former council approved a similar, identical zoning bylaw amendment applications for the neighboring properties. Both of these properties now have newly constructed semi-detached dwellings with secondary dwelling units for each, and the application tonight will mirror the new construction found at both of these properties. 588 Pembroke Street East easily meets and or exceeds all required residential type 2 zone provisions for semi-detached dwellings. These are itemized in your report. The reason for site-specific zoning being required is due to parking. The zoning bylaw for this application would require a total of 6 standard parking spaces, and while the application actually is able to exceed accommodating this number of parking spaces, site-specific relief is required because the spaces are accommodated in the form of 2 driveways, each with a width of 20 feet, separated by 9 feet. So this is where the site-specific relief comes in. Regarding the official plan, the property is designated residential under the city's official plan, and in terms of being in keeping with the official plan, this application, it meets the aims of residential intensification to create a potential supply of new housing units within the city. It meets the aim of promoting efficient and pleasant residential environments. It meets the aim of all new development being adequately serviced with municipal water and sewer services, and it's located directly on Pembroke Street East, which provides for strong vehicular transportation links as well as pedestrian. Regarding the provincial policy statement, similarly to the official plan, the aims of intensification and redevelopment are strongly met. and therefore the Planning Department is recommending the approval of the zoning bylaw amendment for 588 Pembroke Street East from a residential type 1 zone to a residential type 2, exception 36 zone.
Thank you, Mr. Hutton. Was there anyone in opposition to that application?
No, we have received no submissions nor inquiries regarding the application, Your Worship.
Okay. And in terms of anyone in support of the application?
Mr. Alex Plummer, the applicant, was present at the Planning Advisory and Adjustment Committee meeting to discuss this application. He was unable to be present tonight.
Thank you. I'd ask for a report from the Chair of Planning and Development Committee of Council regarding the Planning Advisory and Adjustment Committee comments regarding this particular application.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. Mr. Alex Plummer was present to answer any questions that the Planning Committee had of him, and there weren't a whole lot of questions that were posed to him. And as this follows good planning principles and allows for housing within a much needed market, the committee approved it and forwarded it back to council. My only fear, Your Worship, is today the provincial government had announced that they may be backtracking on some of the anticipated growth in housing that they've been promoting. And I know that municipalities have bent over backwards to change rules and regulations to ensure that the provincial mandate is followed. Now it seems that there's going to be changes again, so that's just a heads up for everyone. It was on the local media today, so I have some consternation about that and perhaps how it'll affect developers such as Mr. Plummer, who's trying to provide decent homes and housing within our area. It was approved. It follows good planning principles, Your Worship, and it's what the official plan requires. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jacquino. Any questions from members of council? Seeing none. If anyone wishes to be notified of council's decision, please contact Mr. Hutton at City Hall, and I'd entertain a motion to adjourn this public meeting of council. I have the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Keel. Those in favor? We are adjourned. Thank you.
Welcome, everyone, to our November 7th Finance and Admin Committee meeting, Pembroke City Council. First, I'd like to call the meeting to order. Any disclosure of pecuniary interests and general nature thereof? Seeing none. Approval of minutes from October 3rd meeting. Councillor Purcell, seconded by Councillor Plummer. Those in favor? Carried. Business arising from the minutes? Seeing none. We have a presentation delegation tonight from our volunteer City Pembroke Ad Hoc Citizens Committee of Council Remuneration.
Excuse me, point of order.
Yes?
Did you do the approval of the minutes?
Yeah. I said those in favor. Yeah, from October 3rd. I said those in favor, right? Yeah. Seconded by, moved by Councillor Purcell, seconded by Councillor Plummer.
Okay. We have that as the agenda.
Okay. So approve, what's that? Yeah, okay. Approval of the meeting agenda. Councillor Purcell, seconded by Councillor Plummer. Those in favor? Carried. And we've already approved the minutes from before. Business
No.
arising from,
Point of order, you have to approve the minutes, Mr. Chair, or the minutes. You've
We've done the
approved the
agenda
meeting
twice.
agenda. I think you approved the meeting
okay,
agenda twice.
approval of minutes from October 3rd. Councillor Keel, seconded Councillor Purcell. Carried. Business arising from minutes. Seeing none. We have we welcome our Ad Hoc Citizens Committee on Council Remuneration Review, Mr. Schrader, Mr. LeMay, and Mr. Callahan. Welcome. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Okay. First of all, on behalf of the committee, we're pleased to have this opportunity to present our findings to Mayor and Council this evening. The format that we're going to use is I'm going to do the presentation, and the members are going to answer all the questions that you may have. As you mentioned, the committee membership was Dan Callahan, Mike LeMay, Marcel Mantha, and unfortunately Mr. Mantha is ill, so isn't with us tonight, and myself. I want to express my gratitude to the members of the committee for their time and their dedication. And I want to note that each member brought their own unique talents and perspective to the various issues that we discussed at the committee meetings. I also want to thank David Unraw and Heidi Martin for the assistance that they provided to the committee. And I also want to recognize the Mayor and Council for the time and effort that they put into their positions and for having the foresight in undertaking this process. I want to say that the information that was provided by city staff was unbiased and very timely. They provided good information to us, and it was certainly appreciated by the committee. I'd like to quickly review the objectives of the mandate. As you're aware, the objective and the purpose of the Citizen Committee was to review the council remuneration, benefit programs, and to provide recommendations to council for their consideration. And I really want to stress that it's ultimately up to the mayor and council, and folks have the ability to either accept, reject, or modify any of our recommendations that we may make tonight. Our mandate was to review the current remuneration or salary structure based upon and compare it to other similar municipalities, and to consider the function responsibilities of council members, the level of community engagement, the time commitment for the work that you folks do, including meetings, events, preparation time, and communication with the public. And we considered the compensation that would be required to attract a diverse representative pool of candidates to public office. As we're aware, every 4 years, we're very fortunate in the city of Pembroke that we do have such an interest in people serving on council. But we also recognize that it is a time commitment, and there is a compensation required as well. We also looked at and recognized that within the city of Pembroke, that it is a single-tier municipality. And as a result, there's a lot more complexity and important issues brought before council for consideration. And we also wanted to consider the compensation provided to equivalent position in other legislative jurisdictions across the province. The committee met 8 times starting in March, and then there were additional meetings that I had with Mr. Unrau to set up to actually prepare for agendas and to look at some of the materials as well. We did a municipal survey to gather data, and we looked at municipalities with comparable population, the number of dwellings, comparable median income, square kilometers, distance from a major city, and we also looked at communities within Renfrew County. We actually surveyed 19 municipalities, and there's a listing of them. There's a listing on them on that slide. And there were 19, as I said, there were 19 municipalities surveyed. We actually did a survey that we sent out, and after developing the survey questions, we wanted to ensure that they would be easy to respond to. We kept the survey very short, very specific and exact, and so that it would be easy for the municipalities to provide the data. The first question would provide us with the remuneration for the mayor and council for 2022. This data is required by the ministry on an annual basis and is a public document. The question 2 would give us data regarding the workload, and the question 3 would provide us with the data regarding the number of meetings. And what I will tell you is when we looked at the data, question number 3, the number of meetings, was all over the map. We got such a variety of responses that it was really difficult to determine, and make an accurate determination on the number of meetings that various councillors may be attending. The survey also requested information on benefits, and finally, as you'll see on the next couple of slides, it also requested information on the number of councillors, although that wasn't part of the actual mandate of the committee. The survey results showed that we got results back from 16 of the 19 municipalities, so an 84% return rate. The survey results were collated and were reviewed by the committee members. They provided data for our recommendations. And I also want to point out that an additional survey was conducted and carried out for expenses from January the 1st to June 30th, 2023. And we had 8 responses from the original municipalities that we surveyed. So we do have a number of recommendations. Under remuneration, and it's recommended that the annual increase to the salary paid to the mayor and members of council continue to be based on the average of the annual Ontario Consumer Price Index and the City of Pembroke non-union staff costs from the living adjustments as may be awarded to council from time to time. In 2013, I was privileged to be part of a committee, a similar committee, that made recommendations to council. This is one of the recommendations that we made at that time, and the council of the day decided that they would follow that. And what we had found before that is that when council and the mayor weren't getting an annual increase, what was happening is they were getting farther and farther behind, and then all of a sudden, in order to make it comparable to neighboring municipalities, they had to get such a large increase. And everybody, of course, being politicians, everybody was reluctant to do it because it looked like you were getting just a tremendous increase, 20, 25, 30% of an increase. And of course, that didn't augur very well with the public. What I noticed was, and what we noticed was, that over the years, by doing it on an annual basis, it seems to maintain the salaries of the mayor and council comparable to other municipalities. So it's a good approach, and that's why we're recommending that it continue. Based on the mayor's salary, based on the survey results, the mayor's salary for the city of Pembroke is the 8th lowest in comparison to the 14 municipalities surveyed. The mayor's salary in 2022 was $44,376, or $3.09 per resident. The median salary among the 14 municipalities surveyed was $44,495, and the survey salary revealed that the mayor's salary varied from a low of $26,472 to a high of $57,895, with a per resident cost of a low of $1.84 to a high of $7.07 per residence. When you compare the mayor's salary to other municipalities within Renfrew County, Pembroke's mayor's salary is the 3rd lowest. The average salary among the 6 municipalities was $46,533, with the median being $46,549. At $3.09 per resident, the cost is the 2nd lowest of any of the municipalities. For 2024, we're recommending to mayor and council that they consider an increase of $4,000 for the mayor's salary. This would increase the cost per residence from $3.09 to $3.37. And what you'll notice is that the mayor's salary then would be the 5th highest among the 14. However, we're using the mayor's 2024 salary in comparison to the other ones at a 2022 salary. So again, they're going to go up. One of the things that you'll notice is Deep River, the salary for the mayor in 2022 was $26,472. They did a survey, and we got the results of that survey, and the mayor's salary actually in 2023 went up to $33,400. So again, about a $7,000 or $8,000 increase. I'm not sure what the salary will be for 2024. I believe Deep River is using the cost of living increase as well on an annual basis. When it comes to councillor salaries, the median for 2022 was $22,684, with a cost per resident of $1.54. And the range in the survey showed a low of 74 cents to a high of $2.80. In 2022, Pembroke's councillor salary was the 7th lowest, while 8 municipal councillor salaries were higher. Within local municipalities, the average salary was $20,716. The median salary was $20,854. Pembroke had the lowest cost per resident at $1.54. For 2024, the committee is recommending that the mayor and council consider an increase of $2,000 in salary for Pembroke councillors. That will mean that 8 municipal salaries are lower, while 6 are higher, based on a comparison of the municipalities, and again, it's a 2022 level. And the Pembroke councillor salary would be at 2024, and the cost per resident would increase from $1.54 to $1.68. We also looked at benefits, and we looked at the benefits and the cost that would be cost incurred from the current provider for the 6 councillors, and committee's recommending that benefits not be provided at this particular time. We also spent a great deal of time looking at committee compensation. And what we discovered after reviewing the information provided was that various councillors, depending on which committees they sat on, some of them, it's very lucrative, and others, there was no compensation whatsoever. There was no per diem whatsoever. There's an issue of fairness and equity. So after a great deal of time and conversation, we have come up with a recommendation. And the recommendation is for councillor remuneration for attending at meetings other than the city standing committee when the remuneration is provided by the city be set at $200 per meeting. For the County of Renfrew Health Committee, County of Renfrew Social Service Committee, the Joint City Liaison County Committee, Pembroke Area Airport Commission, Pembroke Police Service, Pembroke Public Library, and the PAAC Property Standards Committee. And we're also recommending that the councillor chairing the committee would receive an additional $500. This recommendation would be practical and equitable, and councillors would be equitably compensated for their time at meetings. It's further recommended that the standing committee chair allowance be set at $1,800 per year, and the vice chair allowance be set at $500 per year, and that a per diem of $200 be provided for the vice chair for each meeting that he or she chairs. And we noted that a per diem rate for special meetings would require the approval of the mayor and the CAO. The Public Health Committee and the Ottawa Valley Waste Committee Recovery Centre receive remuneration set by the committee. We also noted, and we do have another recommendation, that the Ottawa River Power Corporation and Ottawa River Energy Solution Corporations with 4 shareholders, the largest shareholder being the City of Pembroke, that holds 75%. And we recommend that the city recommend to the shareholders that the Board of Directors' remuneration be reviewed in 2024 to bring compensation in line with other city committees' per diems. On the next slide, you can see the function and responsibility of council members. And we recognize that you folks have a heavy workload and a heavy meeting load as well. The survey data indicates the number of committees and board meetings attended by city councillor and mayor is much higher than many of the other municipalities. There are 28 committee or boards which have 13 or which have of which 13 have 2 or more councillors on them. And we're suggesting the council may want to consider having 1 councillor as opposed to 2. Recognizing that some joint municipal committees, it will be necessary to have more than 1 councillor sit on the committee to ensure balanced representation. So if you have a joint committee with Laurentian Valley, if they've got 2 members, then the city should also have 2 members. It's recommended that council consider reviewing the number of external boards and committees on which it represents to reduce the workload of council. We also looked at conferences, and we recognize that it's important for councillors, the mayor and councillors, for professional development to attend conferences and other educational sessions. And we looked at what would be a reasonable amount of money on an annual basis, and we came up with a figure of $3,000 per year to attend conferences, conventions, or education sessions. We also suggest that any unused funds are not transferable to another member and remains with the city funds. Any expense over $3,000 will be paid by the individual. And if council decides upon a conference remuneration amount, then a written policy should be developed. The way we came up with the $3,000 was we looked at the cost to attend Roma, 3 nights at the Sheraton Hotel, which would be around $1,100–1,200. The registration's $500 plus HST. The kilometerage at 776 kilometers worked at 68 cents a kilometer, works out to be $527. Approximately $300 for meals, so a total of about $2,500. So we thought $3,000 was a reasonable amount. So finally, I'm going to go quickly through a summary of the recommendations, and there are 9 of them. Again, the annual increase to the salary paid to the mayor and members of council continue to be based on the average of the annual Ontario Consumer Price Index and City of Pembroke non-union staff cost. An increase of $4,000 for the mayor's salary, $2,000 for councillor's salary, provision of pension or health care benefits not be considered at this time, council remuneration for attendance at meetings other than the city standing committees, be provided, be set at $200 per meeting. Counselor chairs a committee, they would receive an additional $500 per year. Standing committee chairs allowance would be set at $1,800 per year. Standing committee vice chair allowance be set at $500 per year with a per diem of $200 for each meeting that he or she would chair. And it is recommended that the mayor and councillors receive a total allocation of $3,000 per year to attend conferences, conventions, or education sessions of their choice. And that concludes our report, so we're certainly open for questions or comments from the mayor and council.
Well, on behalf of council, we'd like to thank you so much for the time and expertise and experience that you put into this report. And it's totally volunteer, and we really appreciate that. Questions or comments from council? I have Councillor Frenier and Councillor Keel.
I want to thank you for that presentation. There's quite a wealth of experience in different types of boards and committees and mayoralties and councillors. I want to say that aside from Councillor Jackno, I have been around this table a lot longer than some. I've seen a lot of changes. I saw it be reduced by 2 councillors, which I wasn't sure I supported at the time, and now I know I don't support that still. But that being said, I think you've taken into consideration a lot of things that are important, I think, to attract other councillors or possibly another mayor. Our workload has increased, and I'll tell you why. It is the environment we live in. We are no longer just expected to take care of roads and water and sewer and taxes and recreation. We have become social workers in a sense, where now we're involved in much more complex issues. We are dealing with mental health, more addiction, homelessness, the gamut goes on. So I know, and I'm not the only councillor around this table, that the meetings have increased a lot. And it is with passion. Not all of them are city committees, but they're subcommittees. And I know Deputy Mayor himself have initiated. And I mean, that is still work for this council. We're out there, and doing the work for the people. That's outside the scope of what we were elected to do originally. So anyway, that being said, I really don't have a lot of a disagreement with here. I know that a couple of the committees were paid a lot more, and that would be the Police Services Board, ORES, and ORPC. I agree with having that come in line. I'm not devaluing the work that those committees do, but when the councillors all put in equal time around the table, it is more fair that there's equity in pay. So I do agree with the recommendation coming from this group to ORES and ORPC. It's just fair. It's fair. And so I look forward to the comments around the table, but I want to thank you for your time.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Keel.
So it's probably not going to shock anyone that I disagree with most of what you've provided. Only around this table would my motion to freeze salaries come up with recommendations to increase almost everything across the board. The one thing that I didn't really hear was the fact that people serve as part of a public service. And I think there's got to be a lot of weight to that. At the moment, council's essentially getting paid a minimum wage for a part-time job. And while I agree with Councillor Lafreniere that we work hard, we don't put in 16 hours a week every week. So to suggest that we should be paid as much as the person who's, working at the mall or working other places in a permanent part-time job, I find that to be a little incredible. With respect to the annual increases, I know why we do annual increases. We do annual increases so that the public doesn't know about it. The public has no idea that we got an increase for 2023. They won't find out until I think it's March of 2025 that we got an increase. So every year we just truck along getting increase after increase after increase, and most of our voters don't get increases on an annual basis. Union workers do, government workers do, but the vast majority of our electorate sits there and hopes that their boss will come by someday with a 5-cent raise or a 15-cent raise or a 25-cent raise. They don't get automatic annual increases every year. We have upper levels of government. The Ford government just froze MPP salaries. And we're looking at raising ours. What does that look like to the public? That our upper echelon here in the province can sit there with a pay freeze, and by the way, they had a pay freeze for a decade, and now they're on another pay freeze. I think if there's going to be increases, I think we should have to look the voters in the face, and if that means amending our procedural bylaw to say that there's going to be a vote for every pay freeze, I would support that, and we can debate around the table every year whether we have a pay freeze. The procedural bylaw could say that the motion is deemed to be put at the first meeting of every year, and we can all sit around the table and we can justify to our bosses, the taxpayers, why we deserve a pay freeze this year when they are in the midst of some of the worst economic situations that they've seen in years. With respect to some of the committees, I completely agree with that one. I sat on the Police Services Board. It was 4 meetings a year for $4,000. There is not a board in this municipality or this province that is worth $1,000 a meeting. And while I absolutely agree that some boards are more important than other boards. They're all important to the workings of the city, but some are more important. And the Police Services Board is certainly a very important board. It's going to the public safety of our people. I still didn't think that it was worth $1,000 a meeting, but that's why we brought a motion during budget and we discussed it. With respect to the benefits, that's way too costly. And I say that someone sitting here, I think I'm probably one of the few people around the table that has no benefits. But that's too costly. That's not an option that the taxpayers should foot the bill for. But at the end of the day, I think I will not support any increases to our salary, particularly in this current climate. And I still expect that my motion to freeze will come back to this council. I will still be putting forward that we freeze it. And because it's been quite a while, and if you remember what my motion was that that it gets frozen for the 4-year term. So whenever everyone's running, everybody knows what the council salary is, and then the procedural bylaw would be amended to say that between January and June 1st of an election year, that is when council votes on the salary increase, so that it's fresh in the minds of the voters. So no sneaking it in the back door, which I'm sorry, but that's what the prior council here did with that huge increase a few years ago. And I know there was an explanation for it, that the federal government started taxing people more, but that's turning around and saying to the voters, I'm getting taxed more by the federal government, you're going to pay for it. I'd love to be able to do that at my business. And it was done at the first meeting after the election. And everybody around this table, except for maybe one, is or has been a politician. And we all know when the best time to get away with things is, and that's right after the election, so that you have the longest period of time to sway the voters before the next election cycle. So I won't be supporting this, but I do want to end by saying that I do think you did a lot of work. I think your work was good. I certainly appreciate your work, and I don't want you to think that I don't appreciate what you did. I just have a different view of the conclusion. And so I hope you will take my comments with respect, and they are my personal comments. But at the same time, going door to door in the last election, I can tell you not one person suggested that they were voting for me to increase our salaries. And I'd be hard-pressed to find, I would love to hear from another councillor around this table who would swear on an oath that the people elected them and said, by the way, I hope you give yourself a raise in the next 4 years, because I don't think you'd get that from the electorate.
Sir Purcell?
Thank you so much for your report. Really appreciate it. I do like the idea in terms of the equity in regards to meeting attendance. I know I sit on the library Parks and Rec Vice Chair as well, Health Boards, Health Unit, Accessibility Committee, and all kinds of ad hoc committees as well. So I do appreciate that part. And I also do appreciate in terms of looking at the education component in terms of the $3,000 per year. For me as a new counselor, I know I typically kind of get, I guess, the bottom of the barrel pick, plus also my position around here in terms of where I stood at the election time. But you don't know what you don't know. And I think this is the issue, and I think it's an opportunity. We looked at the last budget, we looked at maybe reducing those dollars that were available for education, and I think it's really, really important that we maybe look at reinstating the education component in terms of attendance at say Roma, like you talked about in regards to $2,500 just to attend Roma. So I do like the work that you put into it. I do like the consideration in terms of trying to get the best of the best. So in future, elections and looking for people to fill these seats, I've worked in organizations where they don't pay people appropriately, and you know what happens? You don't get the cream of the crop. And what happens there is that poor decisions that are made, one poor decision could be costly to the organization or costly to the city of Pembroke. That far outweighs the amount of dollars that we're talking about once we look at the budget. So I do believe in terms of paying people what they're worth. I do believe in terms of ensuring that there's equity and fairness in regards to the boards that we're on. The various different positions that we hold, and I do like the idea in terms of the remuneration for the compensation for education. So, thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Giacono.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I echo the comments. Thank you for the hard work. Not easy, but I know you've all sat in positions of authority. You know what it's like to take the heat and the stress and the extra hours that nobody ever hears about or sees. As Councillor Fernier alluded to earlier, this council a number of years ago decided we're going to go from 8 to 6. But nobody said, well, let's reduce the workload as well to accommodate the 6 people. That didn't happen. So consequently, there was more work assigned to each individual, and nobody said, well, I won't do it, or I wanted more money for it. That never came into being. And when we look at the statistics where you're comparing other municipalities, so you're trying to be fair, I think, in the judgment, and we as a council have to be fair if we decide we want that increase or not. And to be honest with you, when I first ran for council, I never asked what the salary was. I didn't run because there was money. I ran to serve my community, and that's why I still do it today. The salary and the remuneration, to me, is a bonus. That it's given to me for my work and my efforts, and I do not earn 1 penny of the money that's paid to me. I do not feel that way. I don't say, geez, I'm being overpaid. The fact that there was a mention that, a certain committee only had 4 meetings a year and they were paid $1,000 a meeting. Well, maybe they weren't having enough meetings to get whatever had to be done. It could have been at the direction of the staff at the time that we decided to have 4 meetings and we get all the business done. And it's a police service board meeting. Things changed. We went from from our own police service to the OPP. There may have been some differences in how business was done. Perhaps it should have been looked at that time. $1,000 for a meeting? I think that's pretty rich. But maybe more meetings have to take place and more public input into how policing is happening in the community has to be done. And I think perhaps, if you do, and I'm not saying divide it over 10 meetings to justify your income. I'm just saying maybe more could be done with more meetings and more involvement in the public input. Looking around at what has happened over the last few years, as Councillor Lafreniere alluded to as well, she's been here a long time, and I don't ever hear her saying, well, I'm not going there. You know, I see her at the meetings for the homeless. I see her at meetings with the county liaison. She's saying, well, I've had a couple of meetings already, but I'm not going. I'm sort of done for the day. We don't say we're done for the day. We're going, you know, because that was our oath to serve the public. Some years ago again, the, council's salary was a third forgivable. So I said, geez, that was kind of a nice bonus. And all of a sudden that was removed by government. And now anybody that was sort of, if you were a pensioner and you're working on a pensionable income, and now this third has been removed, now you're paying additional tax, not that you shouldn't be paying the tax, but it was a bonus to attract people, to give them a little incentive to run for council. So now what they're saying is, well, really, I took that a little personally. You're not worth it, so you're going to pay a lot more tax, and we're going to put you in a different tax bracket as well to serve your community. So there you go. Now, how do you get people to, as Councillor Purcell said, you want to get people that are capable. And I mean, you have to have a good cross-section of people. We have a good cross-section here. We have, a teacher, we have a lawyer, we have two attorneys. We have somebody who worked in, the high echelons at Atomic Energy, Councillor Fernier, and, in the communications business. Councillor, what's your name again? Councillor Plummer, in the construction business, and myself, having lived in the community and worked at various jobs, I think we bring a good background. But if you say to people, well, we're not going to pay you because we don't think the position's really worth a lot, and you're not worth a lot. That's what it says to me. You're not worth a lot. And it's good to say, okay, I don't want to raise and I don't want to do this. But when you look around at all the other municipalities, we're really way, way, way back behind the eight ball. So why would you be punished to try and serve your community, And as I said, I never said, what's the salary? I mean, if it comes to a decision, the council wants to do that, good. We reduce during budgets, conference expenses as well. And that sort of kind of stays there now. And you want to go to a conference, but you've been sort of stymied because now the budget is only so much. So take it out of your pocket. How many industries that send people on to conferences say to them, you know what, we're going to send you on a professional development excursion, but we want you to pay for it because when you come back, you're going to help our company. To me, it really doesn't make any common sense. So thank you for your considerations. You've covered a whole lot of territory. And what, often people don't want to hear things. And, but I truly feel that this council is underpaid. And I'm not there to say, I should be overpaid, but when you look at the statistics, we're behind the eight ball. And why is that? Because we did not keep pace a little bit along the way. And it's just like the water bill. Everybody's saying, well, our water bill's pretty high. I open the Eganville Leader and I see Cobden, oh my God, they're going to increase my water bill 18, 35, 40%. And that's because they didn't keep pace. They didn't keep pace. And now they're paying the piper. Thank you. I just wanted to comment on that. Thank you.
We have Mayor Gervais speaking.
I just want to echo the sentiments to thank the four of you, and if you can extend that to Mr. Mantha, for your hard work, bringing your skills and expertise, because I know that in Pembroke, I always like to say that generally speaking, you usually come across everyone. You at least know if you're in Ottawa or Toronto, you know whether or not the person is from Pembroke, just because we're a small enough community that you tend to know everyone. And I'd like to think that everyone knows the four of you because of what you've already done for this community. And you did this not because it's ironic that we're talking about being about payments and so forth. You didn't do it for payment. You did it for your community. It was a service to the community to have a thorough review at arm's length from us. Take a look at it. Look at other municipalities. I am grateful as to the depth that you went. I often look at Brockville as a comparator to the city of Pembroke. you've blown that out of the water and looked at many different municipalities to get a handle on what are proper comparables, if I can put it that way. You also come from a wide variety, but experienced in what it is that it means to be on councils, boards, and so forth, so that you know what it is. Because, for instance, today I was speaking to a gentleman, and we were having a discussion, and I could tell that he was talking about, he was commenting upon his taxes, which is usually how a lot of the conversation starts with the ratepayers. So we're talking about taxes, and he was in tune enough that he was looking at when we transitioned from Pembroke Police to OPP. So he looked up certain materials and so forth, and was looking at what the numbers were and the issue that the council had to deal with in that day. And you could tell he was researching, looking for more information. And in having a conversation with him, it struck me again that members of the public, the ratepayers, they see what we do because it's live and it's on YouTube and so forth. They see that part of it. They might see certain committees, such as standing committees and so forth. They don't tend to see all of the other. There's the committees, and someone spoke about that, but there's even more than that. And I'm not begrudging, that comes with the territory, but answering ratepayers' calls in respect to, it could be about pet tags, to taxes, to, the quality of their water and whether it looks cloudy or not. So just a whole host of different things, and it became apparent to me again that the ratepayers don't have that insight. And I can think back to 2010, running in the election, and then sitting here going, I'm sitting on how many more committees in addition to what I thought that I was running for by way of council. And so there is, and I'm not trying to defend it, it's just, but there is a great amount of work, and I did support the reduction because I viewed it as a reduction to, be more concise, to get things done, that sort of thing. But long story short, I just really want to make sure that you do sense from all of us that an appreciation to the work that you did, and I do appreciate it on behalf of all of council. I appreciate that the work you did, because you didn't have to do it. You could have said, "Lovely, council, don't want another job." But I do appreciate that you did this for us, and it's a lot to chew on, and it'll give us something to in fact chew on and think about and debate and so forth. And so I do appreciate it.
Mike, you want to say anything? You good? You good? Okay. Dan, do you have anything?
Any final comments from the,
No, just, we appreciate the comments that were given. One of the things that I will say, as chair of the Catholic School Board here in Renfrew County, and being a trustee, the issue about salary is a real issue for trustees because it's set by the provincial government. And if you notice at election time, how many people run for school board? Okay? That's a clear indication that people, if you don't pay people for what they're doing and for their skill set, sometimes you don't get a whole lot of people being prepared to stand up and take on that additional responsibility. Because it is additional responsibility. I think you people have a very important job. You make a lot of very important decisions, and I think that you should be compensated for it adequately as well. Okay, thank you.
Dan wants to make a comment.
Yeah, Dan?
that's done. Mr. Callahan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to add one more thing that as we were doing this survey and we surveyed a lot of municipalities, the one thing that always came back to us is that, and I can't stress this enough, and you all know it, you are a single-tier municipality. The 16,000 or so residents, the buck stops here with you. You're making decisions on water, on policing, recreation, and it's not filtered up to Renfrew County like the smaller municipalities. You are a single-tier municipality, and all that responsibility lays with you. So you That's why we made the recommendations that we did, is that recognizing, again, the responsibility. You're all doing a wonderful job. But again, you are a single-tier municipality. You're not some small municipality that somebody else takes care of the problem for you. You do it. You make the decision. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much once again, and extend our thanks to Mr. Mantha. And, discussing increases in salaries and that is not an easy task. So your task was not easy, and our task will not be easy when it comes to debate the issue. Thank you.
Stay healthy.
Next item, we have Kinsman Pool Project, Mr. Dorsey and Ms. McLaughlin.
Thank you very much. Good evening. So the recommendation for this report is that the Finance and Administration Committee direct staff to move forward with one of the following. Number one, direct staff to proceed with a design-build project securing qualified contractors and attempt to seek out and secure funding if possible. Or number two, direct staff to move forward with a design drawing and budget approximately at $400,000 to complete the work in 2024 as part of the fiscal budget deliberations. Or number three, continue operating the existing aquatic facility with capital investment based on the recommendations from the building structural review provided by HB Engineering. So before I get started this evening, I just wanted to make a comment too that there will be dollar figures that are associated with these recommendations, and they will be in the presentation that Marielle is going to present there shortly. So a bit of background here, just for council's information, just to bring everybody up to speed, and just to ensure that they are aware of what has transpired in the last few years. In 2020, the direction had been given to staff to proceed with project management services. So Colliers was awarded that project, and we've been working with them ever since. And just to fast forward a bit to 2023, Marielle will fill in the gaps in her presentation. But a funding stream was available to us, and we had applied last February. You may remember that through the Green and Inclusive Community Building Program. And essentially this was to provide funding to help us build a brand new facility. Unfortunately, we weren't successful in the application, and this was the second time that an application wasn't successful for this project. So staff decided to reach out to the program team of Infrastructure Canada just to gain an understanding as to why some of those reasons might be. And I think our largest challenge here is obviously a lack of funding to build one of these facilities. And in discussion with them, what they identified to us was, for this particular funding, a design-build project doesn't put the corporation in a competitive position to be shovel-ready. So the folks that were allocated the funding were shovel-ready projects, and that was really important. Something else that we've also seen throughout this whole process, or at least since I've been here, is that a design-build approach also shortchanges us from attracting new partnerships, so it's really difficult for us to get buy-in. And a lot of the conversations that we've had around the table with partnerships is, show us your plans. What do you have for plans? So while, we may not be building a fire hall or an OPP station, I think what's really important here is that because of the nature of the build, we are seeking grant funding as well as partnerships. So it is perhaps a different approach that we need to take. One other thing that I did want to mention here is that the cost per square foot has increased. So since we've had many discussions around the aquatic facility, obviously costs have increased across the province, across the country. And I gave the example in the report here where $1 million is now 1.5. So it appears that the construction costs are now anchored within the industry. So it's kind of the new norm, I guess you could say. Just a couple financial implications that I just wanted to quickly talk about before I pass it on to Marielle, is that with the funding that we had applied for, that new build would have supported us with 60% of the cost for the first $10 million, and then 50% of the costs for anything over $10 million. So it was quite substantial. One other thing I did want to mention too is that because of the increase in costs, we did reach out to a third party, Marshall & Murray, just to get an estimate as to what it would cost to build this aquatic facility. It came in at $42.2 million. Now, keeping in mind that was for a new pool, therapeutic pool, as well as some recreation space. Of course, if we were going like for like, just building a brand new pool, that cost would be reduced. So without further ado, I'm going to pass it over to Marielle, and she's going to present to you her presentation.
Okay. As a supplement to Mr. Jordan's report, I offer this brief presentation on the Aquatic Center project. Where are we? What have we accomplished? And where do we go? So the goal of a regional aquatic and wellness facility is to provide multiple amenities in one location with activities for all ages, with year-round well-being opportunities and activity spaces for community use and rental opportunities. Amenities to include a ball diamond, a hard surface court, pool, gymnasium, playground, skating rink, splash pad, and meeting and event space, and provide space for group and family activities for active and healthy lifestyles, with outdoor spaces with ample seating at strategic locations along a walking path. For increased use and access, connections and a link to the Algonquin Trail are being reviewed. Conceptual renderings of a potential site layout were procured for use in applications and design build documentation. This is not a final layout for the site. It's merely a concept for reference purposes and discussions in terms of meetings and for builders to get a reference of kind of what we're looking for on our site. A concept perspective renderings were also generated for application and design build use. Please note that this is the architect's rendering and is in no way depicts what the final building may look like. It was their vision of what they thought the building might look like based on the site plan. The city, through the mayor and CAO, have initiated meetings with various surrounding potential stakeholders, including but not limited to Algonquin College and their Student Association, Algonquins of Greater Golden Lake First Nation, Algonquins of Pikwanagon First Nation, Care4, the County of Renfrew, Municipality of Alumet Island, Town of Petawawa, Township of Laurentian Valley, and Whitewater Township. As part of the Aquatic Center project, we have completed the following tasks to date. We retained Colliers through a competitive process to act as the project management consultant to oversee the various aspects of the project, such as due diligence management, procurement documents, project management during construction. Based on discussions at the joint committee meeting, the PM consultant completed an evaluation assessment of 3 possible sites for the new facility. A report was presented to council, and the Kinsman Park, the existing site, was selected as the preferred site. A topographical legal survey of the preferred site was completed, and the city retained BNP Goldie to complete a campaign planning and feasibility study of the area's capacity for fundraising. Surveys and interviews were conducted with local businesses and key stakeholders, and the study approximated that the local capacity for fundraising for this facility is upwards of $2 million. The architect that completed the initial site concept plans was approached to complete perspective renderings to be used as part of the project discussion materials as well as for inclusion in funding applications. As noted by Jordan, the city submitted an application under the Green and Inclusive Community Buildings Grant, and in July 2023, were informed that we were unsuccessful with our application. A geotechnical consultant was retained to complete the ESA Phase 1 assessment and geotechnical investigations. These final reports have been received and are being used as part of the procurement documents in the design RFP. City met with the Care4 Board of Directors in May of this year to provide a presentation and present a formal ask for land. Soils testing that will be required based on the forecasted soils that will be removed during construction have been completed, and an expression of interest notice was issued to establish a list of interested local and surrounding subcontractors and suppliers to be included in the design RFP for the new facility. A pre-qualification request for proposals has been issued. The document closed with 6 construction companies putting in proposals. The proposals have been reviewed and scored, with the intent being the top 4 would proceed to the next stage, which is a submission of a design build proposal. A third-party consultant completed a Class D estimate for the facility. This estimate was based on the current building configuration that was established during the city staff meetings with the PM consultants from room data sheets and facility space requirements, and as Jordan noted, it came in as upwards of $42 million. A structural review of the existing facility has been completed, and we're awaiting the full report. An interim update has been provided, stating that in general, building conditions are still similar to the previous reports. However, corrosion seems to be continuing to progress on the roof and wall sheeting members. So, to date, financially, the PM consultant, funds expensed to date have been approximately $230,000. The annual existing pool operation and maintenance costs are approximately $600,000. The estimate for immediate repairs to the existing facility, to the roof and wall sheathing, is in the area of $375,000 to $850,000. And the estimate of repairs and replacements required to maintain the existing facility is $1.2 million, when the estimated cost for the construction of a new facility are in the magnitude of the $42 million. So as noted in Mr. Durocher's report, staff are seeking direction on our next steps. Option 1 is direct staff to proceed on our current course with a design-build project, securing qualified contractors, and continue to seek out and secure funding. The anticipated costs associated with this direction: there's about $120,000 in remaining fees to the PM consultant, $40,000 for the design-build proposals, the $39 to $42 million construction costs. $600,000 would be the annual operating costs of the existing facility that would remain open while we proceeded with the design-build project. And then $375,000 to $850,000 in capital costs required to be invested in the existing facility in repairs to the existing roof and wall sheathing if the existing pool were to remain open, with an estimated total of $40.1 million to $40.5 million. And during this time, staff would continue to seek out funding opportunities and seek delegations with governmental agencies. Option 2 would be to direct staff to end the design-build RFP process and move forward with the procurement of the design drawings to be shelf-ready. The anticipated costs associated with this direction would be the $120,000 in remaining fees to the PM consultant if we kept them on to spearhead this initiative, the $400,000 for shelf-ready design and drawings and specifications, the $600,000 annual operating and maintenance costs to maintain the existing facility, and the $375,000 to $850,000 in capital costs required to be invested in the existing facility, with an estimated total of $1.4 to $1.9 million. And staff would continue to seek out funding opportunities and seek delegations with governmental agencies. Option number 3 would be to end the design-build process of the new aquatic facility and continue operating the existing aquatic facility. The anticipated cost with this direction would be $600,000 in the annual operating and maintenance costs of existing facilities, and approximately $1.2 million in initial capital costs required to be invested in the existing facility to remain open, replacement of the existing roof and walls. These are based on the report from 2016 on the structural costs. We're waiting on the new cost from the updated structural report, but we have increased them slightly based on CPI. During this time, staff would not be actively seeking out funding opportunities, as success would be unlikely due to the lack of progress on the new facility design project.
Thank you for your report. Thank you. We have questions or comments. First, we have Councillor Plummer, and then Councillor Keel.
So,
And then the mayor.
a few options there on the table, all look expensive, or a few more than others, but just on conversation basis, spending the $1.2 million in item option number 3, what does that give us for lifespan on the pool? Because I don't want to, as say, if you spend money, how much does it actually, is it worthwhile? Is it 2 years, 3 years? You know, what do we actually get for that money?
Through the chair, if I do recall, I don't believe the report actually said the approximate time, other than it extends the life of the pool itself.
CO?
Yeah, it was I think we have to wait for the structural engineer to provide his final report. But I think there's also some comments made by the structural engineer that there could be some procedural or administrative policies put in place in regards to if there's certain conditions that the structure might have to be shut down temporarily. But I think there's still some, it's not a long time, I'll just put it that way. But I think there's some issues in regards to ongoing operations.
Okay, and supplementary to that.
Yes.
So, even looking then at option 2, where you're saying you're going to do a design the project, you're still anticipating $800,000 in maintenance of the pool to keep it open during the phase while we're applying to, I guess, looking for those grants. So no matter what, we're in for 800. So it looks like, to keep this open. So I wouldn't certainly want to shut down the ability to look for grants if you're going to spend 800 just to keep it open while it's going. So I'd certainly be at least on board for option 2 to kind of keep the ball rolling, since we know the facility is pretty much timed out. So we're kind of putting a Band-Aid on to make it last for a few more years while we search for something new. And to spend $1.2 million just to add a few years of life doesn't seem, without searching for new grants and new opportunities, doesn't seem like a good sense of fiscal responsibility. So I'll leave it at that and wait for further comments.
Councillor Keel.
So many questions. So this council's been around for 11 months now, and I know that this has been a top priority project while I've been here. I assume it's been a top priority project since before then. Of all those partnerships that we've looked for, how many do we actually have commitments from?
Through the chair, 0.
That's what I thought. How many times have we applied to the federal government for funding?
Twice.
And we've come up with 0.
That's correct.
So my understanding is one option is to go full steam ahead, hoping that we're getting federal funding at some point to pay for that. At the moment, at 42 million, based on what we would expect from federal funding, which I think was some 60%, some 50%, what's the cost to the city based on current numbers if we get that government funding? What are we on the hook for?
Through the chair, that's a really good question. I think we would have to take some time to actually get that number down to finesse it a little bit, because during the process we were basing it on a fundraising campaign. We were basing it on partners coming forward and supporting it as well. The number has also changed a bit just with construction costs, so we'd have to take some time to actually crunch some numbers a little bit further just to get that number.
And to add to that, every funding opportunity is a different funding matrix. The last one was 50% of the first 10, and then a different for the next 10 million. But the next one could be 75%. It could be every funding matrix of funding is a little bit different.
So I think that's mildly important, because I'd hate for us to end up getting awarded some grant, but then the remainder is something that we can't or don't want to afford either. Throwing current money at the current pool, that didn't sound like a recommended option. I think where I'm going with my questioning is, as far as I'm concerned tonight, we are nowhere. I mean, we don't know what the actual cost to us would be under option 1. Option 2, as far as I can tell, is us spending, how much was option 2?
1.4 to 1.9 million.
1.4 to 1.9 million to have something sit on a shelf that we may or may not ever get funding for. So we're spending up to $1.4 million on paper, literally. And then trying to keep the current pool running was 1.2 million, but we don't even know how long that would be going on for. I don't feel we are in a place tonight to make any kind of recommendation. And having used up 4 minutes, I'll reserve a potential 1-minute follow-up hearing from others.
Thank you, Councillor Purcell, and then Councillor Jagano.
Thank you, Chair.
Oh, sorry, my apologies, Mayor Gervais, and then Councillor Purcell. Sorry, Councillor Purcell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if I can begin, I'll take one from your playbook in terms of asking a question and then making the comment. And this is for staff, meaning Mr. Unruh. 2 points. One, can you talk to or speak to efforts being made past and current in terms of what we've been working on in terms of funding? And secondly, what you learned in
So yeah, I always usually like to try to get, we certainly got there was lots of applicants and there's too few dollars. Once we proceeded a little bit further, we were able to get a one-on-one with the individuals that provided the review and the final approvals. And so what it came down to is like actually the package that was put together was very good in regards to a technical package. They said it ranked very high. Where it didn't rank high was in regards to that it was shovel ready. So they had a lot that actually were technically sound, but were also shovel ready. So that was one of the things that hurt us, and so that was part of the recommendation coming forward tonight, was the idea of to abandon the design build aspect and to go to a shovel ready project. In regards to additional areas that we have gone down and will continue to go down. Back, well before my time, but there was some discussions with YMCA, and they did provide some assistance in regards to initial survey. And so I've reached out and had some discussions with them and getting some additional information from them. And so there's some indications that, they might be interested in at least providing expertise to the project. And so I'd like to research and develop that relationship a little bit more. Also, there was some indications in regards to a delegation at the Roma conference in January, and a delegation that would not only be us, but also include some of the surrounding municipalities, i.e. Township of Laurentian Valley and Township of Whitewater. And then also, we're going to meet directly with one of the grant providers that is locally here, and talk to that individual and see what other opportunities. So there's a few items kind of that we're still exploring in regards to other opportunities to fund the project.
Okay, so thank you. And so further to that, what I take out of all of that is we've tried several different times, but whether it's fundraising or whether it's grant applications, we don't really know. There's renderings, and I'm not taking away from the renderings. They look nice, but it's not to indicate to anyone what it is that we're attempting to build. And so my understanding throughout this whole process is even trying to do the fundraising. Well, what are you fundraising for? Can you show the public this is what I'm trying to build in terms of the municipality? And so you can't even point to anything other than a rendering, which doesn't really help a whole heck of a lot. And so my take on all of this is option number 2, because we need to put a Band-Aid on that current pool, which isn't going to last for very, very long. But at the same time, at least if we had a design, we could then approach fundraising. We could continue all of these efforts to try and get different funding, whether it be from the feds, the province, and there's a variety of different efforts that the CAOs are articulating that we, behind the scenes, as I alluded to earlier when we're talking about honorariums, there's these different efforts being made behind the scenes to advance with the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Sport, the federal government, and so forth to try and move it forward. And so, with all of that said, I would move that we proceed with option number 2.
Motion on the floor for option 2. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Purcell, you, no?
I'll second.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Plummer. Just for point of information, can you bring up option 2 again on the screen? Then we'll have, did you want to speak any further, Mayor, or we go to Councillor Purcell? Can you bring it up on the screen? Option 2, spending money to keep the pool open and 400,000 on design build plans. Councillor Purcell?
Thank you, Chair. It's a tough decision, right? There's lots to look at. You know, we call it a regional pool, but we don't have any partners, any strategic partnerships whatsoever. 13,000 people are going to be able to afford a $46 million pool? Question? Don't know. Mr. DeRoche, can you tell me how many people use the current facility on an annual basis?
Yeah, through the chair, I can provide you those numbers. I don't have them with me tonight.
I think that's really, really important, and I think, you know, we need to understand the utilization. We need to look at, you know, putting those administrative controls in place in terms of the existing operations of the current structure. I kind of agree with Councillor Keel that right now we're really not in a position to make any formal decisions, and I think you know there's lots to be said. You know, we've got a lot of pressures. We're going into a recession. You know, there's a lot of things that are happening in regards to, you know, that may need other priorities. I do think that we should look at partnerships with other pools, and I know I've reached out to you, Mr. Roche, in regards to maybe partnering with hotels and those kinds of things. And if they're not up to that status, I know that there was a Class A and a Class B, or a Class 1, Class 2. Maybe, you know, there's an opportunity to kind of build those relationships with those providers based on the utilization of the current pool. I mean, who's kidding who? The best option that we have is a $2 million fundraising activity, which is just a drop in the bucket. I mean, that's what the survey stated, was $2 million was pretty much the dollars that would go towards the $46 million build. You know, I think maybe it's an opportunity just to take a little pause, get some more information, you know, return to some of the answers. You know, are we paying $46 million for, you know, 300 users of a pool? I don't know. You know, and I think that's some of the things that we really need to understand. And then, you know, maybe go back out in terms of another survey to our residents. You know, it's nice to say that you're going to build a pool, but until you start seeing the dollar value, and maybe, you know, there's an opportunity that we look at, you know, other ventures to see how we can incorporate and maybe think a little bit bigger. But I think that's where we're at right now. I'm just not in a position to make any decision tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Giacono. Then we have Councillors Lafreniere and Keel.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Tough decision for sure. The pool has been in the community for 60 some odd years. You know, put together by the Kinsman Club, I believe it was, and through their graciousness handed it over to us to maintain for perpetuity, which is a good thing. We didn't have to put it together and build it, so we'd appreciate that. It served the residents and the children, swimming lessons, et cetera, for the past 60 years. And like, how do you put a price on a child, you know, perhaps drowning because they never had a swimming lesson? You can't put a price on that. And the many swimming lessons that took place there, I think are crucial to, you know, helping children develop through their physical activities, et cetera. Adults use it as well. I know recently I had the opportunity to talk to a physician who said that she located here primarily because there was a pool. She was a swimmer. And she said that had an influence on me either coming here or going to another area. And she said, it may sound like a small thing, but she says, I'm in the pool, you know, 5 times a week. It's my workout. It gives me the stress relief that I need from my job. My children are swimmers, and she said that's a big part of our culture. And, you know, in reference to Councillor Purcell's question, how many people use it? I mean, that's valid. You know, how do you divide the number of people that use it into the cost and say, well, maybe we should be focusing somewhere else? That's a valid question. Perhaps it's time to close the pool for a year. People may not like to hear that. What's our reserve fund for the pool now? $600,000? Have we set aside?
So we have $755,000.
Okay, so we have almost $750,000 set aside. Perhaps we should have been doing better along the way and putting that money aside previously. We didn't. So that's what we have. I think that's a considerable amount of money. This year will probably be another 300-some thousand, I would imagine, during budget time. So now we have $1 million. To maintain the pool, we're looking at maybe, what, 800,000? So, you know, you're almost up to $2 million in resources that you have there setting aside. Maybe we should close it and not put in that capital cost to maintain it over the period of the year, and then still have to come up with maybe $600,000 or $700,000, $800,000 for a repair, and take it on the chin for a year, get the plans in place, be shovel ready, and then go for it. People may not want to hear that, but I mean, you know, tough times need tough decisions. And that may be a suggestion. I mean, I'd certainly like to see it open for the benefit of the community, but not if it's going to cost an additional $1 million for a patch job. I can't go for that. Thank you.
Councillor Frenier and then Councillor Keough.
So, I never thought I'd say this, but I have been thinking as well that maybe it's just time we close that pool. And so we have more interest in the community possibly on coming to the table. We've been saying, and the other municipalities have been saying, well, it should be a regional facility. Well, that's right, it should be. But a region should pay for it. And, I mean, all respect to the other fund partners that we tried to attract to the table. But at the last meeting we had, and it was only a couple of weeks ago, they made it quite clear there was no interest in sharing a debenture on the pool. And the feeling was that if Pembroke wants a pool, Pembroke should proceed and build a pool, and then they would think about what type of funding they would be willing to give. Well, I'm not willing to roll the dice on that and spend $40 million and then still have nobody coming and sharing it. We have a waste management facility that we all shared the debenture on. I don't know why it can't be the same way. We all, maybe assessment-based, something of that nature. I think we sit back, we close the facility, and we find out who in the community wants it. I had 3 people approach me about the pool, and none of them lived in Pembroke. And my suggestion, one lived in Whitewater, one lived in Laurentian Valley. My suggestion to them was to speak to their local politicians and say that they need to come to the table with Pembroke, because I explained to them that 14,000 residents of Pembroke cannot afford a $40 million pool. And I guess the frustrating part is when you meet with these other individuals, oh, well, Pembroke's got to have basketball courts. Oh, and they have to build a big facility. But when it comes to money, they're not willing to commit. And I guess that's the frustrating part that's led me to my opinion, is to just close the pool. Deep River closed their pool. They had to make a hard decision as well. So that is my suggestion. And like I said, they thought we should come up with the plans too, but pay for them, Pembroke, the other municipalities. Pembroke should pay for the plans, proceed with funding. Maybe that's all we should do. I didn't see that option here. But maybe that's all we should do, is come up with a final plan, and then we can say we did our part. We incorporate some of the little bells and whistles that the other communities wanted, and then we go to them for funding. And if they're still not willing, or we can't get grants, well, then we can say that Pembroke City Council did what we could, and we did put forward some Pembroke tax dollars. But really, I mean, in today's day and age, I'm like Councillor Jack. No, my kids took swimming lessons. I took swimming lessons there. My grandchildren now were, up until the closure. But, I mean, there are rivers, there's parents' responsibility maybe for a year to teach them at the lakes. There are some pools that might open up, as was said. But I really think this is a big decision, and we just can't throw a Band-Aid that's going to cost $2 million and still be, you know, we still have to face this problem. We can't keep brushing it off. And I guess my frustration is because I've actually sat in on those meetings where individuals are saying, well, you know, I was embarrassed that Pembroke didn't have basketball courts big enough for a tourney. And then yet on the other coin, they say they're not willing to help us pay. So that's frustrating. That's enough.
Thank you. Councillor Keel?
Well, I've been showed up by my two senior colleagues because I was thinking about saying we should close the pool. I was thinking about saying we should close the pool, and I didn't have the nerve to say it, and then Councillor Jacquinot and Lafreniere friendly did. So I mean, I guess my main issues are we're talking about a regional pool, and everybody's interested, but nobody's putting a step forward. Is that a hint? In terms of fundraising, I don't find $2 million to be. I mean, the way some people talk about this pool, that it's a must-have. You know, the city of Pembroke has to have a pool. If $2 million is what experts think that the local community is willing to fundraise for, I mean, the hospital makes that look like a joke, because obviously people are more invested in the hospital or whatnot. So my other thought is that if that's all we could fundraise is $2 million, is there as much support for this pool as we think there is? And Councillor Purcell asked a really good question. How many people are actually using this pool? You know, I've spent the last 3 weeks getting emails from people saying, why are you talking about transit? I'm never going to use transit. Well, I haven't used this pool since I was in grade school. People are, you know, if we want to compare the two, transit, I guess 1.2 million a year is cheaper than this option number 2. Transit to me is a necessity. You have to be able to get to the grocery store. You have to be able to get to the doctor. You have to be able to get around town. With the greatest of respect, a pool is a luxury. And do some people learn to swim at Kinsman Pool? I suppose some people do. I didn't. I had family members with pools. We had the lake at the campground. And I mean, just as a larger point, I'm not going to accept that you can't learn to swim if your community doesn't have a pool, because as we just heard, Deep River closed their pool. Laurentian Valley doesn't have a pool. Whitewater doesn't have a pool. There aren't kids drowning every summer in these, so obviously people find a way to learn how to swim. So I'm not prepared to move forward today with any of these. I think maybe we should be, you know, I don't know the last time Best Western was refurbished, but would the Best Western Corporation be interested in a new pool that maybe we could contribute financially based on an agreement that the pool allow Pembroke residents to buy passes, and that there'd be swimming lessons, and you know, are there other partnerships where, you know, maybe we could build a pool with somebody else that they already want a private one. So I think there's so much more to do. I know I'm going way over time. There's so much more to do here, but none of these seem good to me today, so I'm not prepared to go through with any of them. I guess Councillor Lafreniere, I think, kind of just suggested a hybrid number 2, where I guess she's suggesting points 1 and 2, and then I guess closing the pool would get rid of 3 and 4. I would support Councillor Lafreniere if other councillors thought that might be a good idea. But yeah, going forward as is in these 3 options, I don't like any of them.
Councillor Friend, you wanted to speak, and I'll say a few words.
Just further, just one more comment, and I did mention this to Jordan in our recreation, just our meeting we had a few days ago. Riverside Park, could we fix that up and put some buoys and give summer swimming lessons? I mean, we could possibly do that. But another issue is we already have a staffing problem at the pool. So that's not going away either. So you build a $42 million facility and you can't get staff. So there's another issue that we would be faced with. But just throwing that out there. Yeah.
CEO Unruh?
Sorry for the confusion earlier. So I wanted to address some of the councillors' comments in regards to the usage. So the data that I have is from 2022. And so The Kinman Pool saw 1,843 swimmers participate in swimming lessons in 2022. And in regards to drop-in participants, it was 8,105. So that was the data from 2022.
8,000 separate people or 8,000 uses?
The data just says that there was 8,105 drop-in participants.
Councillor Jagano.
Final, Mr. Chair, I think having a pool in your community is a feather in the cap to any community. When you look at communities our size right across the province, I don't think you're going to find a lot with a pool. And it was due to the vision, you know, of a club such as yours to provide a facility, the Kinsman Club, to make the community a better place, and it did. And I think maybe it is our role to see that that continues, but maybe not for the period of a year, till we get shovel-ready, we get the grant infrastructure in place, and we have the money aside. You're gonna have $2 million. If you fundraise 2, you've got 4. Now you're whittling it down. It could happen, and I think people would come forward. The people that really want a pool will be there tooth and nail and gnashing the teeth, saying, "Why are you closing this pool? Because we don't have the money. You're gonna have to come and help us get it." And I think that would work.
Councillor Plummer, then I'll say a couple of words.
Just supplemental to my motion to second. I'm certainly understand that the hardships of pool and of spending money on spending good money on something bad, as discussed earlier. We're spending, we're looking at $1.2 million in expenses, and we don't even know how many years it's going to get us. So I certainly do hear all our councillors here, and then I think it's Councillor Friendly pointed out that still moving ahead with the design, but there's also an idea there. Maybe we're asking for a Cadillac, and we should be driving a lesser, not a luxury. So is $42 million really what we have to spend? Do we really need a therapeutic pool, a recreation center, all that, or are we just dreaming and we should go like for like? That's certainly going to be a lot more affordable than $42 million. So I would certainly hope that staff is hearing everything that we do, as well as the community, saying that we're just not going to spend good money on something bad, but we still, I think, want to have a pool in this community. But what does that look like in the future? So on that note, I certainly won't be supporting going through with all of option 2. Hopefully there's another motion to still move forward with the design, though.
So if I could speak, I'm not, from my perspective, yes, the Kinsman Club built the pool and gave it to the city, but there was, when they put the roof on and modified it, when they put the roof on, Kiwanis Club and Rotary Club all donated funding too, just to make that clear. So that's why it's a community pool, Kinsman Community Pool. I'm not prepared to move forward with this motion at this time. We have a motion coming forward tonight for an expression of interest for a multi-sportsplex, because at the last meeting, or a few meetings ago, the treasurer, whose department is in charge of asset management now, let us know that the PMC needs $11.5 million worth of upgrades over the next 20 years, which was 2020 pre-COVID dollars. If you use a multiplier of 1.5, that could be $16 million now. So I'd like to explore other possible options that once we debate the expression of interest for the sportsplex, see where that goes. And if you spend money on a design plan, and if something did occur with the multi-sportsplex through a P3, the consortium building the structure would have different ways of designing and planning it. But for this particular case, I don't want to make a decision now on it until we explore the other option. And what's a few months down the road, right? What does it matter? You want one more comment?
Yeah, just short, please.
Yeah.
Thank you for indulging me, Mr. Chair. The pool is slated to open December the 10th, is that correct?
Through the chair, we don't actually have an official date, but
Okay.
it was a 10-week period that we were.
And
gonna
based
have it
on
done.
cost, what's that gonna cost us to open the pool?
So the cost came in, it was approximately $10,000 for the new pool pump. So I think what's really important to understand about this pool pump too is that I know I've heard and seen comments is that, why is it taking 10 weeks to get a pool pump and these kind of things. So we can't just buy these pumps at a local hardware store or at a local pool supplier. We have to source these out. We are dealing with supply chain issues. Unfortunately, this is our world at this point in time. And like I said, this pump it's a commercial pump, right? This thing weighs like 400 pounds. This pump was also original. There's some other original components in the pool as well. So, I mean, we are faced up against time at this point, but we are still, from what I understand, we're still on pace for the 10 weeks to open the pool again.
Thank you.
Yep.
Spoken, called the question, the motion for option 2, moved by Mayor Gervais, seconded by Councillor Plummer. Those in favor? Those opposed? Councillor Frenier.
Just a comment. In regards, as a result of your comments about the multi-facility, I am not going to be putting forward a motion about plans at this point. I'm going to wait until we discuss the multi-facility. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Plummer.
Move a motion to table this item until we've had further information on, just further information.
Yes, Councillor Chagano.
Second the motion.
Okay, need to, call the vote. Those in favor? Table? Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. Letter number C, or B. We welcome our Fire Chief, Mr. Chief Sell, with his monthly report. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, everyone. So I'll start off the monthly report for October, quickly outlining our Fire Prevention Week events. So this year's Fire Prevention Week theme was Cooking Safety Starts With You, Pay Attention to Fire Prevention. So as I discussed in September, cooking does remain one of the #1 causes of home fires and home fire injuries throughout Canada. So we kindly asked all residents of the city of Pembroke to take time, especially during Fire Prevention Week, to learn about safe cooking habits and implement some kitchen fire prevention measures in their households. Our kickoff for Fire Prevention Week was our annual open house, and this was sponsored by cooperators in the Pembroke Professional Firefighters Association, and it was held on Saturday, October 7th. Turnout for this event was exceptional. Rough estimates put the number of attendees at around 500 people. Our information booths were held at West End Plaza, the No Frills entrance, Giant Tiger, and the Pembroke Mall. So we have certainly seen a reduction in the number of people coming to exchange smoke alarms, as when this program was first initiated. We had upwards of 50 smoke alarms gathered over the period of the week. Now we're down to roughly about 10 to 12. I certainly feel that this is due to our general overall prevention efforts, and people are aware of the importance of having working smoke alarms and that they do expire. On the Saturday of Fire Prevention Week, staff attended the public library and led story time, followed by safety talk with Sparky for the children that attended. And then Sunday evening, we closed out Fire Prevention Week with the ceremonial puck drop attended by Mayor Gervais, Sparky, and staff. The Pembroke Professional Firefighters Association also sponsored the Kids Chuck a Puck event at the game. And so leading into our Fire Prevention Week, we conducted our Firefighter for a Day contest with the local schools. Grade 4 and 5 students were challenged to produce fire safety messaging or slogans. The winning students will have their slogans displayed on a PFD truck, And on Sunday, October 27th, they got to spend the afternoon at the fire hall working and training with the firefighters. So I'd like to say congratulations to our winners, Matthew from Cathedral, whose slogan was "Don't make a mistake, plan your escape," and Hudson from Champlain Discovery, whose slogan was "If the fire alarm goes, be quick on your toes." So myself, along with the rest of the staff of the fire department, would like to thank all the members of the Pembroke community who stepped forward and offered their support to our open house and our other fire prevention activities. I'd also like to thank all those who attended and supported our events. So our public education and prevention activities in October, outside of Fire Prevention Week, we have wrapped up most of the fire inspections for the schools within the city. And we also conducted drills during Fire Prevention Week of all the schools, including Algonquin College and the 2 daycare centers in the city. Staff did attend the Wise Owl Open House and Fun Night. Fire drills were conducted outside of Fire Prevention Week at Renfrew County Housing Corporation buildings, namely 510 McKay, 515 River Road, 260 Elizabeth Street, and 400 and 425 Nelson. These drills are followed by a fire safety presentation to the residents and then an inspection of the buildings conducted. Other drills were conducted at Sunbelt Rentals, Veterans Affairs, and Algonquin House. As a follow-up to the fire drill, once again, fire safety and extinguisher training was provided to the residents of Algonquin House. So a total of 39 people attended this training session. A fire hall tour and extinguisher demonstration was conducted for Fellows High School. This is a portion of the Special High Skills Majors program. Two classes attended for a total of 35 students. Staff attended a career mentoring day for grade 10 students at Algonquin College. The setting exposes students to people who are working in the fields of employment that they may be interested in pursuing. The opportunities for questions were presented, and they were allowed to get some insight from those currently working in those professions to try to relieve some of the stress about making some of these important life decisions. I don't think we solved the world's problems that day, but it was certainly good to meet with the young residents of the community. Public safety messaging on the local radio stations focused, of course, on Fire Prevention Week. And we followed it up with more in-depth cooking safety messages to close out October. Partnership with the Renfrew County Fire Departments continued with messaging in the Eganville Leader. Of course, that was on Fire Prevention Week. And surprise, surprise, our social media pages promoted Fire Prevention Week in our open house. We focused primarily on the theme for Fire Prevention Week. However, we did include a post regarding the importance of working smoke alarms. So in October, we did receive, unfortunately, we didn't get it in time for the open house, which was our hope, but we did receive our new trailer that was approved and purchased under the 2023 budget. This trailer came in under budget and will act as primarily as an incident command post. It will also offer shelter to those displaced during emergencies, especially in inclement weather. And lastly, it will allow us to transport our contaminated equipment from the fire scene back to the station for proper cleaning. So I know this trailer, because we're using it in a incident command role, we're saying that we're sheltering people, and then we're saying that we're putting our contaminated equipment into it. However, the design of the trailer does allow for a full decontamination after incidents. And of course, this is a huge step towards our cancer prevention program that we're working on developing. Employee recognition for the month of October. I'd like to thank firefighter Tanner Roots for his excellent work, as he was an integral part of Fire Prevention Week. And without his involvement, many of our activities would not have been successful. Volunteer of the month goes to Derek Beaupre. Derek is the first, second recipient of the award. He did attend all the training sessions and did respond to all the emergencies that the volunteers were called on. So congrats to Tanner and Derek. Our courses and seminars, Firefighter Done and Firefighter Roots, are continuing to work through the online course on parts 2 and 6 of the Ontario Fire Code. Vulnerable occupancy inspections and drills were conducted at Supple's Landing. Another vulnerable fire drill was conducted at Pinewood Retirement Residence in October as well. Emergency management staff attended the Fall Emergency Management Ontario Capital Sector meeting and held a meeting with Red Cross. So on top of the EOC hosting our normal in-house and departmental meetings, the room hosted 2 warming center stakeholder meetings, a training session on Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, and the CEMC hosted a meeting with Red Cross. The Pembroke Professional Firefighters Association, for the month of October, they were the main sponsors for our open house. And I'd like to say without the association's assistance in providing the food, the drinks, the snacks, and the staffing required, this event would never happen. So thank you very much to the association for all their help. Career training is outlined. Volunteer training for the month is outlined as well. So as you'll see in the monthly report, I've added a couple of new segments. The first one, the recreational open air burning. I hope this meets what Councillor Lafreniere was looking for. So you can see prior to our implementing the new recreational burning bylaw, so January to August, these were the renewals and the dollars collected. Total number of permits. September, when the recreational burning bylaw was introduced, 36 permits, 35 inspections with the cost, and then October. So you can see so far we are at, as of October 31st, we are at 84 permits for a total of $7,050. Looking at developing our smoke alarm program so I can bring this information back to council. October 2023, we did 18 particular smoke alarm inspections with 46 alarms tested, 3 were missing, 5 were not working, 2 batteries replaced, and we installed 8 alarms. So when I say installed 8 alarms, that's also, I'm also taking into account perhaps relocating some of the alarms into better positions within the homes. Total number of inspections and consultations for the month of October were 211. Number of violations found since the last report, that's 45. So I'd just like to point out that there was one particular occupancy in the city that has 30 of those. So yes, it's surprising. However, I can say from the onset, there's been 10 of them that have been rectified almost immediately. So. Property fires for the month of October, we had 3. The $5,000 damage is a result of those 3 property fires. Open air burning calls. So these are specifically open air burning calls which would reference back to the recreational open air burning. Okay, there was 5 of them. So once again, further to Councillor Lafreniere's request, one was on Boundary Road, and this was basically at the end of September. And this individual was unaware of the permit process, and they attended immediately to the fire hall and purchased a permit. The second one was an incident behind Canadian Tire that we're currently trying to deal with Laurentian Valley and the OPP. Victoria Street, this particular one did have a permit. And then number 4 and 5 have been fires in the vicinity of the Algonquin Trail and Muskrat River. So so basically there's two of those 5 are referencing the actual recreational burning. And in October, we had 2 letters of warning, 1 fine issued, 1 fine paid, and there's still 2 outstanding fines.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions or comments for the Chief? I have Councillor Purcell, and then Keel, and then Councillor Frenier.
Just that one alarming number that you'd stated in regards to the deficiencies, that one property, is it a multi-tenant property by any chance?
Through you, Chair, yes, it is.
Okay, and how long do they have to resolve the issues that are outstanding?
So through you, Chair, we attended as a group, myself, Chief Building Official, and my staff. Due to the scope of work that's required, we'll look after the life safety items immediately. So generally, we'll give them a sufficient period of time. So that sufficient period of time is debatable, but however, in the past, we've always worked on 30 days. However, the smoke alarms and the carbon monoxide detection was rectified immediately that day. Further to that, those items that entail, consultation, quotes, things like that, we'll certainly work with the property owner to ensure that this stuff is dealt with in a timely manner, however, in an appropriate manner, or appropriate timeline.
Is there any imminent risk to the safety of those individuals that are living in?
I would say no.
Okay.
No.
That's
No.
great. Okay.
Like I said, the life safety issues were dealt with immediately, and now I'm waiting for a timeline from the owner outlining the project scope and plan.
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you. Councillor Keel?
Mindful of the time, I will commend you on a great open house. That was fantastic to attend. I could say a lot more about it, but just know that I thought it was absolutely wonderful in every respect. With respect to the outstanding payments, how do we have an outstanding payment for a open-air burning permit?
So, through you, Chair, that particular one has been, the inspection's been completed. The documentation is at the fire hall waiting for the individual to come and actually complete the transaction.
But there's no permit until payment?
That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Frenier?
Through the chair, I just want to thank you for including those two items in your report. Thanks. That's it.
And Councillor Giacono?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At another meeting involving the homeless held at the fire hall in that wonderful meeting room that you have, that I had the opportunity to see the new command center, a piece of equipment. It is just a phenomenal piece of equipment. And I don't think anyone understands the trauma, if your home's on fire in the middle of the night and you have to escape, in winter conditions, and you're in your pajamas and you have no slippers on, you're just getting out to have a place to go to. And Chief, I know that there were a lot of thought went into that command center unit. I mean, the awning you showed me, if it's raining or there's snow, people can be inside and also stand outside. And I mean, those are the little things that I'm sure came from your team. Say, what do we need? What are we lacking? And that makes for a very progressive and professional fire department, which we have. The piece of equipment itself, cost-wise, I think will serve the community well over many years. And having, had the experience of seeing people evacuating a fire, I know that they need a place to go to. It's command center. You gather them there, they're in shock, they don't know where to go to. The fire department gathers them up and get information as to, is there anyone still in the building that we should know about, et cetera, et cetera. So it can be a life-saving process just by having that there. So congratulations to you and the team for garnering that piece of equipment. It's money that is extremely well spent. Thank you.
I'd just like to comment that please extend our thank you to the Professional Firefighter Association for all they do for the community. I know I've said this before many times, but especially at the open house, that was very well attended, and I had a couple of hot dogs, and Sparky was there. And can you comment, when's the Chili Fest? What date is that?
Thank you, Chair. The Chili Fest, held by the Pembroke Professional Firefighters Association, will be on November 23rd, I believe.
Yes, And they have takeout also available. It's one of their major fundraisers.
I'll just, if you give me a second, I will
Yeah.
just confirm the date.
And I
Yes,
know-
it is the 23rd, and order forms are available. You can, if you would like one, you can reach out to Acting Captain Jason Kelly, or you can email myself.
Right. That's always delicious chili. Okay, well, thank you for your report, Chief. And next item, staffing the position of Deputy Chief.
So staff is recommending committee reinstate the position of Deputy Chief at the Pembroke Fire Department. Management in the fire service is a process of structuring activities of the department to achieve efficiency and effectiveness in the use of resources, both human and physical, to protect life and property. This management implies quite a bit of accountability and responsibility, as the resources that are provided to us are provided by you, the community. So to achieve the goal of efficiency and effectiveness, we primarily support it through the structure of the fire department. The Pembroke Fire Department structure requires more support at the senior management level to fully meet the needs of the community and fulfill the department's mission and vision. Historically, the Pembroke Fire Department has maintained a second non-union management position known as the Deputy Chief. However, when the last Deputy Chief was promoted to the Fire Chief position in the early 1990s, the Deputy Chief's position was not filled. So over the past 30 years, this position has remained vacant. Currently, the Fire Chief is responsible for and oversees all aspects of the Pembroke Fire Department. This includes administration, emergency and non-emergency operations, fire prevention, public fire and life safety education, public relations, training program and planning, professional development, financial management and purchasing, strategic planning, asset management, mutual aid coordination, mutual aid manager for the Renfrew County Fire Services, labor relations, chief negotiator, and community emergency management coordinator. This position was put under the role and responsibilities of the fire chief in 2021. This role organizes and leads the emergency preparedness program and exercises for the city. This role is similar to emergency operations of the fire service, but there is room for growth and expansion of this program. One person wearing two hats as fire chief and CEMC, or as previously city planner and CEMC, does their best to meet the demands. However, many tasks and opportunities for development fall to the wayside, as the time required to complete these tasks just isn't available when combined into one role for a department head. Deputy Chief is a key organizational position within the fire service. It is required to maintain consistency in leadership, allows for distribution and management of workloads with respect to public reporting, mandatory risk assessments, health and safety, incident command and fireground support, human resource management, contract negotiations, recruitment, training, inspections and preventions, the development of policies, procedures, and standard operating guidelines, coordinating investigations, fire and life safety education, and support under the Community Emergency Management Program. The greatest expected benefit to the city would be to limit or reduce the risk and the Pembroke Fire Department, to the city and the Pembroke Fire Department by ensuring senior management is available at all times and the chain of command is continually in place. Consistent leadership is a key component to managing a modern fire service. The position of Deputy Chief allows for a smooth transition and senior management presence in the absence of the Fire Chief. Filling the vacant Deputy Chief position would further provide needed support to the current administration, bolster the Pembroke Fire Department's health and safety, and provide adequate succession planning for the future. Deputy Chief will allow for sharing of responsibilities concerning operations, prevention and enforcement, and the development of programs within the department and the city. The Deputy Chief role would also be used in frontline assignments to support staffing and/or provide more senior level leadership on the fire ground. I'll quickly go through a few of the roles and functions of the Deputy Chief. So primarily supporting the CEMC and assisting in emergency preparedness for the city. coordination and management of fire prevention and public education, assume some responsibility in the absence of the chief, assist in research preparation, presentation of reports to council and committees, project and program assignments relative to fire suppression, fire training, rescue, water rescue, and other fire department operations, assist the fire chief with establishing goals, objectives, financial and human resource requirements, and performance indicators related to departmental functions, and monitor the achievement of these results. Assist with budget development, administration, and control of annual operating and capital budget as assigned. Respond to emergency incidents, assume leadership role in the incident command system as appropriate, supervise, manage, coordinate activities of emergency response crews, liaise with the Central Ambulance Communications Center, liaise with the Fire Chief and Human Resources Department to assist with functions such as recruitment, training, supervising, performance evaluation, discipline, and attendance management. Coordinate facility and equipment maintenance to ensure the fire station building and all equipment is maintained in acceptable condition. Liaise with other local community groups, community outreach. Fill in and represent the fire chief on various fire department committees. Assure that complete and thorough familiarization with all operating functions of the department is maintained to provide competent assistance as well as to adequately command the department in the absence of the fire chief. Assure that the fire department procedures, standard operating guidelines are current and provide complete instructions for maximum effectiveness in all operations, including fire suppression efforts. Assure that specialized assignments are conducted in a proficient and competent manner, and assist the fire chief with identifying, establishing, and implementing best practices related to department activities, with a focus on continuous improvement, efficiencies, and cost effectiveness. So in conclusion, all management responsibilities are performed by the fire chief. This creates a heavy workload, leaving no time for high-level strategic planning, risk management, or any other proactive projects that would enhance the Pembroke Fire Department's service delivery. With management in the fire service comes a tremendous amount of fiduciary responsibility, serving the broad interests of the community. Reinstating the deputy chief position will improve the management structure, resulting in long-term cost containment and increased service levels. As far as financial implications go, the salary would need to start at a competitive point with other local career departments. Local salaries for deputy chief range from $99,000 to $147,000. Should council approve the concept of the position, the actual salary would be formally evaluated by an outside human resource firm and be based on a detailed job description while ensuring integration into the existing City of Pembroke salary grid.
Thank you, Chief. Questions or comments? We have Councillor Keel and then Councillor Purcell.
How many local departments have the deputy chief position?
So I'll quickly go through the list of departments. Are you specifically referring to career departments or any type of department?
Either or.
The majority of departments in the county, I believe out of the 19 departments, I think there was 15 had deputy chiefs. That's including both career and volunteer. The career departments, Deep River does not have one. Garrison, Petawawa, they do have one deputy chief and a chief fire prevention officer. I know the chief there is currently looking at getting a second deputy. CNL currently have 2 deputies in place, but they do have a position for a third. And then the only other career department in the county would be Renfrew, and they do not have a deputy chief.
So we're a bit of an anomaly.
That's correct.
Are you looking for a decision tonight, or are you wanting us to look at this during budget in January?
My initial proposal was during the primary budget meetings with the treasurer and the CAO, where I was directed to bring this forward to council.
Point of information, CEO Unruh.
Yeah, so in regards to any of the requests for additional personnel, I wanted to make sure that council had the information well before budget, and so that it could be deliberated, not necessarily a decision made, but certainly all the information rather than just a short discussion during budget time. So it's up to council in regards to the decision, but.
In that line, I guess I would say then that generally speaking, I would like to see the position budgeted for. It sounds like we don't have to make a decision tonight. You make a very strong case. Your report was quite good, and certainly with respect to the emergency stuff, I don't sit on that committee. I believe Councillor Plummer and the mayor do. But I think that's something that is extraordinarily important for municipalities to pay attention to. And I think when things go wrong, it's often a lack of planning is one of the main reasons when things go awry. So the fact that this can add both a second mind, but also provide you with some assistance there, I'm inclined to support this. But if we're looking at not having to make a decision tonight, I would suggest that it be budgeted for a final decision at budget, but we'll see.
Purcell.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chief, for your report. Yeah, it's definitely a big job. I think that we should look at our budget at our next budget round coming up in January and see what we have. Also, I'd like to see a little bit more benchmarking with other municipalities in regards to the structures and reviews. There's other things such as planning officers that could be utilized instead of, individuals that would be considered deputy chief, which could save some dollars in regards to, salaries and in terms of, identifying opportunities there. I know some departments use planning officers directly off of the chief. I think the other thing too is just in terms of accountability and also the an activity matrix in regards to all the responsibilities. So I know that you listed a lot of them, but do they actually require the direct engagement from the chief, or can this be provided to a planning officer to execute some of these strategic positions with your input, of course, and oversight, but maybe taking a little bit of the administrative burden off of yourself. So just a couple opportunities to take a look at, because I do think that there's some cost savings there, especially when you're looking at anywhere from 100K to 150K for a deputy chief. A planning officer may be another opportunity to maybe shed some of that administrative burden that you're feeling right now. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Frenier and then Councillor Giacono.
Basically, I'm glad it's coming back at budget, because I don't like to pre-approve too much before budgets. And I basically kind of reiterate what Councillor Purcell just indicated, and I'm looking at the amount. I mean, we are in hard times, and we were just talking about money earlier tonight on a lot of issues. We're looking at an upward range of 147, and when I look at the responsibilities, wow, this person has to be a jack of all trades, and I know you are, and this person has to mirror basically what you're doing. But would it not be a better bang for a buck if we broke that into 2 admin positions, and each strength, each would carry different strengths, because we're talking about budgeting, planning, pretty much an executive director, emergency public liaison, research, like pretty much the whole gamut. So I just think that, even if we couldn't do the whole deputy chief position, maybe we could look at an executive administration position, and it would pay a lot less, maybe, around the range of 75. And then maybe that would do, because we've done without it for 33 years, so I'm just, at this time in our financial. Anyway, that's my comment. Thank you.
Councillor Giacono, then Councillor Plummer.
Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to discuss it at budget time based on more information as well coming back from the CAO. My concern is the reference to the grid scheduling. And you know what that means in 8 or 9 or 10 years from now, that initial starting salary will not be reflective of that number. It'll be a pretty big number. I think that's what we have to look at, and, you know, trying to be responsible to the taxpayer. And I understand the chief's frustration, perhaps. I mean, he may be loaded with a bunch of things. I can understand that. But I'm sure there may be some solution based on information coming forward. I'm prepared to discuss a budget. Thank you.
Councillor Plummer?
Thank you, Chair. Question to the chief. So this position, in your opinion, should they have a firefighter's background?
Through you, Chair. In my limited, well, I guess it's not that limited anymore, but coming on 3 years now as the chief, I've noticed a difficulty in communicating thoughts and ideas, and I don't know if this is coming out the right way. But just coming from a non-fire background, it's extremely difficult to get up to speed quickly on some of these projects that are involved with, like, not just the fire service, but also with the emergency management when you're not coming from that particular background.
And supplementary to that, you do state, because of the heavy workload currently implemented, you're having trouble or not, I guess, looking at proactive projects that would enhance Pembroke's Fire Department. I know that the fire college is closed. There was talk before, Pembroke has a new facility. How could we use that facility more, and maybe could they put on courses? Have you had time to look into anything like that?
So through you, Chair, again, we can perhaps discuss what came up earlier in regards to the pool and the grant process there. Shovel-ready projects get the ticket.
Right. So,
so to get to that level is very time-consuming. A lot of effort, a lot of planning goes in just to get to that point. So that is one area where I've noticed that perhaps things could have gone in a different direction with a little more time planning and a few more perhaps people at the table.
right. So further to that, I'm just giving my support to the chief, saying if we want to have use our facilities, these new facilities that are millions of dollars we built here in Pembroke to the best of their ability, we have to provide support to the chief. So if he's asking for a deputy chief that has a fire background, we'll discuss this at budget, but let's not shortchange him and provide him an admin that doesn't have a fire background to do the sort of jobs that he's asking for to do. So that's all. I'll leave my comments.
Councillor Purcell?
I think in terms of my comment regarding planning officer, emergency preparedness officer, something along that lines, it's not an admin person. That would be the person that has that skill set and emergency preparedness component. So, I mean, those individuals, and I know that they use emergency preparedness up at CNL, and I know that they have a fire tower, and they're also looking at, working with communities so that they can utilize the facilities up there as well. And they have a state-of-the-art fire tower and fire processes up there. So, just an opportunity. I agree. We don't need just an admin person, but we want somebody with a complement that would be of value, but maybe not in the range of 150K.
Right.
Speak for the chair. Chief, I just have 2 questions here for you. So this 30 years without a deputy chief. So has this request been asked before? Did the former chief ask this during his tenure?
Yes, Chair. But the former chief had asked for this position for several years prior to his retirement, and one of the things that he did, I guess, impart to me as he was leaving was the necessity of this position that I'm bringing forward to you tonight.
Okay. And thank you. And can you elaborate on the if you had a deputy chief, you would have more time to focus on growing the department and within the community. Pro-action projects as far as education goes and other things. Can you comment on that? Any examples or?
Certainly, what one of my goals or what I would like to see is an actual formal prevention plan put in place. I know that we have platoon assignments, and each platoon is assigned a specific occupancy type, and they do conduct those. But a lot of the buildings, I find a lot of the buildings that don't meet those particular descriptions tend to fall through the cracks. So just a comprehensive program where I can ensure that we're meeting, getting into all the buildings in a sufficient timeline. Public education plan where we specifically could perhaps break down per month what the action plan is going to be, which communities we're going to direct our efforts at. I know now we have a rough semblance of that. However, there is no formal structure. There's lots of other committees that are not committees, but projects at the county level too, that are quickly coming forward that I think that could be a benefit to not just the fire service here in the city, but also countywide. And one last comment I'd just like to make is that as far as developing your department and being proactive and initiating new programs, the paramedic service is a perfect example, where they have a structure where there's the head of the emergency services, and then he has several deputy chiefs looking after different portions of the structure, whether it's operations, training, things like that, and that has allowed them to develop all these other programs that they bring to the table.
Right. And just one last question. Can you comment on the CEMC? Like, the former planning director had that role and you took it over, which is natural in your capacity as fire chief. But I think we met before, like Councillor Jacquino and I meet with you monthly sometimes, and or for the budget time in a few weeks, and we talk periodically. But the role is very heavy intensive, right? And that could use more attention?
Yes, that's correct. Mrs. Sorial did a very good job of getting the position off the ground. Worked very hard in developing our current emergency plan, putting together all the information, and then COVID came. Along with that was also the influx of basically natural disasters that we're seeing, and a movement from the province to really focus and push emergency management. So the demands that the province is now putting onto municipalities is quite large. They want us to be ready to go whenever anything hits. So to get that plan up to speed where I would like to see it so that it does serve the city well, it does take quite a bit of time and effort and research, which is extremely time consuming and I know Mrs. Sorial felt the same thing when you have another department that you're trying to run and manage.
Right. Okay, thank you. Any further questions on that matter? No? So that'll be discussed at budget time. Next item, Chief Sell, just-in-time agreement with the Canadian Red Cross Society.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I knew I should have grabbed a glass of water before I started. This one's all right. I'm good. Oh, thank you very much. So staff recommends committee agrees to a just-in-time agreement with the Canadian Red Cross to be implemented during emergencies in the city of Pembroke. So if a committee does agree to enter this agreement, the agreement by law will be brought forth at the November 21st council meeting. In June of 2010, the City of Pembroke entered into a memorandum of understanding with the Red Cross. At that time, the annual fee of $1,000 was tied to this memorandum of understanding. It has been recommended by the Emergency Management Coordinator for the Red Cross that we review our agreement and look towards updating. So on that note, August 15th, a representative of Red Cross attended a meeting with CAO UNRWA and myself, and we discussed options that are available to the city. During this meeting, it was recommended that the City of Pembroke consider a just-in-time agreement with the Red Cross. On August 16th, copies of the two types of agreement, that's the just-in-time agreement and the memorandum of understanding, were sent to the Emergency Management Program Committee for review. At the September meeting of the Emergency Management Program Committee, approval was given to move forward in discussions with Red Cross in developing a just-in-time agreement. October 23rd, staff met with Red Cross to develop the document which was attached to your agenda package. The just-in-time agreement would be prepared ahead of time and would be signed at the onset of the emergency by the head of council and delivered to Red Cross. The just-in-time agreement allows the municipality to choose a number of assistance options from the Red Cross. Costings of various services and equipment were broken down in the agreement. Regarding volunteer costs, these are just rough estimates. However, they do provide a good starting point for budgetary planning. Also included are the costs of materials that may be provided or required during an emergency. Upon commencement of an emergency and the signing of the agreement, the Red Cross would provide the city with a projected budget. The city would be required to provide an advance to Red Cross of $1,500 within 21 business days from the onset of the agreement. This advance would be applied to the overall costs of the response. As part of the agreement, the Red Cross will provide weekly reports on numbers of families and individuals registered, assistance provided, number of volunteers involved, and materials used. A full report would be provided at the end of the operation, outlining final numbers for the above-mentioned items, along with other relevant data, lessons learned, and suggestions for future operations. Schedule A of the agreement outlines the services that may be delivered by Red Cross during an emergency. Services can be requested dependent on the emergency, and not all services may be required each time the agreement is enacted. Schedule B breaks down direct costs that may be associated with an emergency response. Indirect costs are also addressed here and are applied at a rate of 7% to 12% of the overall costs. If committee agrees to enter this program, it will become an appendix to the city's emergency plan. The just-in-time agreement would need to be reviewed annually and approved by council. This should be done at the first council meeting in January. Entering an MOU with the Red Cross is also an option, but it was not recommended by the Red Cross representative. Everything that the Memorandum of Understanding offers can be found in the just-in-time agreement, with the exception of the annual fee that's tied to the MOU. The annual fee for the MOU is population-based. Rough estimates would be on a population, on a municipality with 1 million people, the MOU would roughly cost $100,000 annually. The emergencies covered under a just-in-time agreement would begin at their level 2 type of emergencies. Generally, the level 2 emergencies begin once 25 people have been displaced. Below this number, affected individuals are assisted through the Red Cross Personal Disaster Assistance Program. Once the number goes above 25, the head of council could then sign the pre-populated just-in-time agreement and activate Red Cross resources. So financial implications, costs associated with this agreement would be incurred during emergencies only and would begin with the $1,500 advance. There would be no annual costs attached.
Questions, comments? Councillor Purcell, then Councillor Lafreniere, then Councillor Plummer.
I would just move that we entered a just-in-time emergency response agreement with Red Cross.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Plummer. Discussion? Councillor Lafreniere.
Through you, the number that you mentioned the MOU could cost $100,000 a year. That's in the event of an emergency, correct? If nothing happens, it's just the $1,500 for the just-in-time agreement, correct?
Through you, Chair. So the costing to the MOU, the Red Cross representative couldn't give a definitive number of what it would cost the city of Pembroke. So he used the example because the city of Ottawa has an MOU with Red Cross. So that costs the city of Ottawa roughly $100,000 a year, period. That dollar portion goes back into Red Cross Society, so it gets dispersed throughout Canada. The just-in-time agreement, that $1,500 would only be sent to the Red Cross at the onset of signing the agreement during an emergency. So that is not, so if we go as 2024, if there's no emergency that occurs, we don't expend any money.
But we
And,
still have to pay the $100,000 a year.
No, no.
I'm confused then.
That's two different agreements. The first one is that the annual cost is associated with the memorandum of understanding. This just-in-time agreement that we're recommending would be has the advance, the $1,500 advance attached to it.
And then we only pay if it's over 25 individuals affected, and then we go by that contract pricing.
That's correct.
Basically. Okay, understood. Thank you.
If I may, Chair.
Yes.
The level, so there's three types, well, there's more than three types, but primarily we'll look at the three types of emergencies that Red Cross faces. So the level 1 emergency would be something similar to what we deal with in the fire service, where there's a family displaced. Red Cross comes in, and at no charge to the municipality or to the individuals affected, they assist this family for 72 hours. So up from one person up to 25, once you get over that 25 mark, that's where the level 2 starts. So if we're looking at an emergency where there's more than 26 plus people affected, our costs are going to be significantly higher than the $1,500 that we're investing at the onset.
Councillor Keel?
That was quick. I think at the end of the day, I don't know how we couldn't support this. I mean, certainly, I don't think the city has the knowledge or the resources or the expertise to jump into what the Red Cross does. And it costs us nothing if we don't ever use it, which I'll be honest with you, this is something I hope we don't ever have to pay for. So I think I would fully support this. The Red Cross is obviously has a stellar reputation, and I mean I don't know of any other options out there, and like I said, I don't think the city should be offering to try and do this themselves. I think that's just not our expertise, so I would certainly support this.
Councillor Lafreniere?
Follow up through the chair. What is a congregate shelter opposed to a shelter? Do you know? Yeah, sorry.
Through you, Chair. The congregate shelter, I believe that's how they describe. So, for example, we're going to evacuate a large number of people, and the city has initiated its emergency operations center, and now we've decided to open up an evacuation center. In discussions with the Red Cross, I believe the congregate shelter is how they refer to the evacuation center, specifically the way that it's set up and the way that it's run.
Okay, because I know there's been a lot about, a shelter, homeless shelter, and I know there's a lot of loops and things you have to go through, hurdles to jump over to get one. If the Red Cross is involved in an emergency, obviously, the congregate shelter won't need to go through those motions. It would just pick a suitable environment. But I'm just wondering about whether they could handle, because we are in an emergency situation throughout Ontario and probably Canada when it comes to homelessness. But I was just trying to clarify the difference. Thank you.
One more, Councillor Keel.
So would this be like where they take over a gym and just lay out all the cots and and that's how they're dealing with things until people get situated?
Through you, Chair. I want to say in 20, perhaps Councillor Plummer could assist me on this one. I believe it was roughly around 2015 when the Red Cross came into the city and they did their review of possible evacuation centers. We're currently working with Red Cross to schedule a new review to ensure that our sites that we've identified as evacuation centers are going to meet the needs of the Red Cross. So they look at the whole building, not and individual spaces within that building to ensure that it meets their needs.
The reason I brought that up was because I once attended a residence hall conference, and I think we were in St. Catharines, and essentially what they did, so it was about all the RAs and whatnot from across the province, different delegations from different universities, and basically what the Red Cross in St. Catharines was doing was testing out a facility. So of course we were in the gym of I guess it would have been Brock University, and of course there's showers and cafeteria, and so in a way we were guinea pigs, but in a different way. I mean, you need to house all the RAs that come to this conference, and it was a pretty slick and well. Again, we weren't feeling any emergent need, but just the way the registration and the signage for showers and food, like it was a pretty smooth process. And I know it was the Red Cross that was doing it. I won't comment on the comfortability of the cots, mind you.
Did you want to comment on his question?
No, the chief had it right. Currently, Red Cross is being scheduled in to review our current facilities and make sure that the different facilities that are identified will be up to the task of being an emergency shelter.
So we have a motion on the floor to accept support the Red Cross by Councillor Purcell and Plummer. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, Chief. Next item, we welcome our treasurer, Ms. Lodgety, for a few items tonight. Welcome. First item is the 2024 OPP billing.
Good evening. So this report is for information purposes only. So staff have received the 2024 annual billing statement for the OPP policing services. So this annual contract will increase from $4,298,000 in 2023 to $4,407,000. So this is an increase of $108,448 or 2.5%. This amount will be reduced by $54,000 and change due to a 2022 year-end reconciliation adjustment. So the cost next year per property is estimated to be $618.75, and this cost will be included in the 2024 budget. Thank you.
Questions or comments? Did you get an answer about I asked you about at our meeting we had the other day about the space that the other detachment uses at our building?
So the concept of rent at the current OPP policing facility is still under discussion, but we do expect a resolution soon. We're just currently waiting for a written agreement to review.
Thank you. Next item, the OOMF funding, 2024.
So again, this report is for information purposes only. So staff have received the 2024 OMPF allocation notice from the province. So in 2024, the city will receive $1,612,100 in funding. So this is a $62,000 or 4% increase from our 2023 funding of $1,550,000 $1,100. So this is an unrestricted funding that we receive from the province as an equalization grant based on an evaluation of the city's weighted assessment per household compared to the median in the province. And again, this will be included in the city's 2024 budget.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? It's good to see the increase. Next item, strategic partnerships.
So council direction is requested on this matter. So currently, the city's policy related to strategic partnerships specifies that council may determine that a strategic partnership exists when an outside group provides a direct service or program that the city wishes to undertake, but at a lower cost than would be the case if the city completed the work itself. So to be considered a strategic partner, an organization must provide information to the city for consideration, and this would include items like proof of charitable, not-for-profit, or non-profit status, as well as financials. So as part of the 2018 budget, the Finance and Administration Committee did approve entering into strategic partnership agreements with 5 organizations, which include the Pembroke Heritage Murals, the Upper Ottawa Valley Historical Society, the Pembroke 50+ Active Living Centre, the Pembroke Horticultural Society, as well as Centre La Joie. And outside of this, the city does also provide funding to the handy bus every year. So the city did enter into written agreements with these organizations for a term of 3 years, which were then renewed for an additional 3-year term expiring at the end of this year. So direction is required from the Finance and Admin Committee on the possible renewal of these agreements, as well as consideration of others. So the city has been notified that additional funding has been requested from Centre La Joie. I also did receive consideration today for a possible increase from the Heritage Murals. And earlier this year, Care4 has approached the city for funding either via the gas tax program or an annual operating grant from the city. So it should be noted that in Care4's request, they did provide sort of regional transit information, but the city's gas tax funding is limited to the municipalities of Pembroke and Laurentian Valley. So in terms of the existing partnerships that are set to expire at the end of this year, it is staff's recommendation that letters be sent to the current strategic partners, asking if they would be willing to enter into another 3-year agreement under the same terms, conditions, and level of funding as 2023. And should changes to terms and conditions or funding be sought, that they ask to appear as a delegation to council in either December or January to present their formal request. And then, the Finance and Admin Committee could then deliberate these requests as part of the agenda on February 2nd. So that's day 3 of our budget deliberations. Sorry. So for the Care4 request, it does get a little more complicated. So I have reached out to the provincial gas tax program for direction on this matter. And they did indicate that funding itself is based on a combination of population and ridership, with the grant not exceeding 75% of our own spending. So based on the program's feedback, the City of Pembroke could partner with any service to deliver transit services on our behalf. And if so, ridership from these services could be counted towards our gas tax allocation. But it does get complicated in the sense that we have a shared funding arrangement, and we receive the Township of Laurentian Valley's gas tax dollars for transit in consideration of the handy bus right now. So we currently do not spend enough on transit to receive the total available grant, given their current funding formula. So the maximum funding available to us was $205,586, but was capped at $118,783 this year. So I will say that their allocation basis is generous right now because they are, due to the effects of COVID, ridership has been down, spending has been down. So they are looking at the highest level of spending from 2017 to to 2021 in some of their allocation considerations. So at a certain point in time, they will eventually revert back to current levels of spending and ridership. So if we do partner with others, which, may or may not include Care4, it's important to keep in mind that we're still facing a 75% cap on our spending. And, if we allocate this funding to other organizations, this could potentially take away from future funding available for the handy bus, as well as any future initiatives that the city may undertake. And I will say that in my transit analysis, I did anticipate that additional gas tax funding would go towards any city transit consideration. I will say, I guess for the handy bus, that they do operate on a pretty tight budget right now, and they do not generate enough funding each year to be able to replace equipment when it becomes time to replace it. So we did go forward with a grant application, but grants for buses aren't consistently offered by the province. So I would say, currently I would say the handy bus is almost underfunded right now because we've continued to give them the same amount every year without increasing it for a number of years. And again, they're not able to replace their equipment when it comes due with the current funding arrangement that we have with them. So it is staff's recommendation for the Care4 request that we perhaps ask them, if we're interested in entertaining this request further, that they appear as a delegation to both the City of Pembroke and Laurentian Valley councils to present their request and limit their data to, ridership that serves our two respective populations. And then following this presentation, we could discuss further a possible partnership with Care4 either as a partner or in a gas tax sharing arrangement. So again, council direction is requested on this matter. Thank you.
And Councillor Keel.
So certainly, we spoke a lot about transit at the last meeting. I'd like to hear more from Care4, just to find out what they're offering, what they're covering. If for no other reason, then I think, I don't want to speak for all of council, but I think there was general agreement that we should be looking broadly at our transit options at the moment. So I would like to hear what their proposal is. In terms of the other strategic partners, I would be less inclined to enter into a 3-year agreement and more inclined to go year by year. Things can change quite quickly, both in terms of what we're spending money on, but also the needs of the municipality. When hearing from our partners, I personally would like to hear what other revenue sources and fundraising that they're doing, and I say this, I think I took a little bit of heat from a couple councillors here in January, but if they're not fundraising and if they're not trying to help themselves, I'm not saying that the city shouldn't be helping them, but I think it should be part of the conversation. If for no other reason, then I wouldn't want any strategic partner to presume that their entire existence is going to be from councils just continuing to fund them. Because a day could come where for one reason or another, or because of one council or another, that there's a stop to it. So I don't say this in a way that I'm saying I want to defund any of our current partners. I'm saying that I think as part of the partnership process, they should be showing us how else they are trying to sustain themselves and cover increasing costs, other than just coming to the city. So I would be more inclined on taking them year by year, with an application, maybe I don't know if it's an annual application or if it's more of a rolling application, but certainly with the application including their other revenue sources. And I think that's all my comments on that one.
Any other comments, or Councillor Plummer?
I have agreement with Councillor Keel on a few points. Certainly Care4, interested to hear more. Care4 should come to the city to present what they're actually asking and more ideas and how they see a partnership evolving. With the strategic partners, I do echo Councillor Keel's comments on people do need to fundraise and be somewhat self-sufficient and not always relying on the tax dollar, but also understanding that these partners are putting on a service for the city at a lower cost. So we are under the understanding of getting a better dollar value, have them put it on the service than the city run it itself. I certainly would like to hear from them, but I'm not sure if we want to need to hear from them every year. That may, as we've already 8:50 in the evening, and we're still almost halfway through our first committee meeting. So, they could be add a lot more time hearing these committees every year. I'm not sure, but certainly I'd like to hear them come to council for budget for next year, and then we can, maybe it's a semi-annually or, a better year time, but I'll certainly put direction required, so I'll put a motion on the floor that we ask the CAREFOR to come make a presentation to hear more and to enter a one-year agreement with the strategic partners, understanding that could be alter into a longer term in the future.
Seconder, Councillor Jagano. Motion on the floor. Any questions or any comments? Those in favor? Those opposed? Carried.
Mr. Chair, if you allow me the indulgence to go back to item E, I was trying to find some information in my archives. It goes back 10 years ago. But just for council's information, in 2013, the City of Pembroke policing cost per household was $730.85. The OPP cost per household for this year is $618.75. And if you look at that at an accrued basis and cost of living, et cetera, even, if you're taking the two figures, the OPP is still $112.10 cheaper per household. So I think even though it was a difficult choice, it was the right choice. And I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jagano. Next item, the County of Renfrew service agreement to provide IT, information technology, mutual aid services to the City of Pembroke.
Thank you. So this report is for information purposes only, with a bylaw to be brought forward for approval as part of tonight's council agenda. So to ensure an appropriate level of backup support to operate and maintain the city's critical IT network, I approached the County of Renfrew to discuss a possible service agreement. So this arrangement would provide backup network support to the city on an emergency basis when the city's existing IT staff is unavailable. So the county was supportive of this request with a few stipulations. Support would be limited to regular working hours Monday to Friday, and they did require some backup equipment to be on hand for ready switch out. So neither of these issues are seen to be an issue with city staff. Our water sewer computer system is operated by an outside contractor, and the fire department primarily uses cloud-based software. So again, we don't see any issues with these stipulations. In terms of financial compensation, they propose to charge to the city when needed based on their hourly rates contained in their fees and charges bylaw. And again, that's if and when support is required. So with council approval of this agreement, city staff would meet with county staff to kick off this new agreement in early 2024 and share the necessary information between the parties. And I will say that I deeply appreciate the county's support on this matter. Definitely being a good neighbor and helping us, ensure stable operations for the city. So as an emergency-only arrangement, the cost to the city is expected to be minimal. Thank you.
Comments or questions? So I'd like to comment from the chair. Coming from an IT background, this is very important to have the fault tolerance, and it's great that your department and yourself have come with this agreement. that I hopefully council will support. I think they will tonight. So we have backup IT for the city. Thank you. Next item, the Infrastructure Ontario loan.
So again, this report is presented for information purposes only, with an updated bylaw included as part of the council agenda later this evening. So back on September 5th, council passed a bylaw number 2023-64, which was to authorize new capital works for the city of Pembroke, for the town line, the twinning of the town line, force main, and electrical upgrades project. So the Infrastructure Ontario's legal team has requested a few minor wording changes. So as a result, a revised bylaw has been prepared that meets their requirements. Essentially, I put the CAO, I gave some responsibilities to the CAO, and they want it to be the clerk. So we have to update the bylaw because we felt that was a major change that staff couldn't just, it wasn't any little minor wording change. So that's why it's being brought forward this evening.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Have a good evening. Good night. Next item, we welcome Director of Operations, Mr. Lewis. Welcome, sir. Isabella Street, Isabella Street catchment area, request for proposal P 23-11.
The Operations Department recommends the following. Committee approve award of the engineering design and contract administration services for the Isabella Street catchment area to Ainley Group in the amount of $344,720 plus HST. Committee approve additional expenditures in the amount of $68,944 for a contingency allowance, which is 20% of the design fees. The total value of the recommendations equal $413,644 plus applicable HST. This particular project involves the engineering design for full underground infrastructure replacement, as well as full road reconstruction for 6 areas, and those 6 areas are shown on the map attached to my report. The existing infrastructure is beyond its estimated useful life and at a risk of failure. Storm sewer failures have occurred on multiple occasions within area number 1, and that area is Moffat Street between Pembroke Street and Renfrew Street. The procurement was publicly advertised with 4 proponents submitting proposals. The proposals were reviewed and evaluated by city staff and followed our normal policies and procedures. The recommendation to award was derived by using the highest score based on the average of the evaluators as per the attached proposal evaluation matrix. Based on the review, staff believes the proposal from the Ainley Group offers the best value for this project. The contingency allowance added to is to account for unknowns in the project of this size and nature. The design costs with the net HST, the total value of the project is $420,924.13. It represents a budget shortfall in the budget that was carried for 2023 of $244,924. The budget in 2023 is $175,000, and it was allocated for the commencement of this project for the entire catchment area. As there are 6 areas, we anticipate a 6-year design project. The remaining required funds will be budgeted in future capital plans. The intent is to complete the investigations and the preliminary design for all 6 areas in the catchment area. That will help to ensure compatibility of designs and for economies of scale, and only the detailed design and construction of Area 1 will be completed in the 2023-2024 budget years. Total anticipated cost for the design and tendering of Area Number 1 is $152,444.62, putting the first phase under the design budget. The above includes the future award of contract administration services to Ainley Group based on the quoted values submitted in their RFP. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Motions, comment? Councillor Friendly, then Councillor Plummer.
Well, no one likes to go over budget, but we've seen it, and we know that these are the real-time costs of doing repairs in the city. So I would put forward a motion that we support the recommendations to approve the award of the engineering design and contract admin for this project in the amount of $344,720. We also approve additional expenditures as listed, and that we budget for the overage for the next few years of budgets as recommended. Thank you.
Seconder, Councillor Plummer. Discussion, Councillor Plummer.
Just a quick comment to Director of Operations. Ainley Group, see they're, never seen them before. Are they a new on the horizon, or haven't seen them come across our council desk before?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the Ainley Group presently is doing the Town Line Force Main project.
Okay.
That is the Ainley Group. They have also done the electrical work for the upgrades at the Town Line lift station. They're an Ottawa-based firm, quite large, and they have done some work for us for a number of years. I believe the first time I saw the Ainley Group name was in 2002 on Angus Camel Drive.
Okay, so they've been around for a while.
They have been.
Okay, good, thanks.
We have Mayor Gervais and then Councillor Keel.
Just to comment for the benefit of the members of council in terms of the approach that the operations department headed by the Director of Operations has taken looking at the entire catchment area. As we know, when we keep discussing this issue of climate change and so forth, and to design the entire area, as I understand it, design the entire area, not just the mouth of it, not at the head of it, but to design the entire area to ensure that the waters, there's compatibility and the waters get to where they got to go. So it's nice to have a higher level approach to the to this concept.
Thank you, Councillor Keel.
Okay, so it seems to me that this is sort of the beginning of a new project, which I don't know that I've been involved with yet since I've gotten on council. I think so far we've been dealing with things that councils had previously planned. At which point do we discuss how, for example, local businesses are going to be treated and notified? And obviously this is touching up upon Pembroke Street, which this year has been a sore topic for any number of business owners downtown. At one point in time this year, we had Lake Street closed at the same time as Pembroke Street, at the same time as Mary Street, which I have to tell you, Mr. Lewis, I personally find unacceptable. I was not happy with that particular day and the amount of phone calls and emails that I received over people trying to traverse town. So when do we talk about implementing the project in a sound, planned way with the input of the people that are going to be directly impacted?
Through you, Mr. Chair, at the time design is complete, prior to going to construction. So in that season is when we would do that. It is the intent that the consultant will be rapping on the doors, if I can say it that way, of those that are going to be immediately affected by it. And then we'll go out to the greater public as it's necessary. This particular project, the Moffat Street stretch that touches Pembroke Street, will enter into the intersection of Pembroke Street. It will. There's corrugated steel pipe storm sewer that enters into Pembroke Street. Corrugated steel pipe, as we know, is what we use for our culverts underneath our driveways. They last about 20 to 30 years. Storm sewer underneath a road necessarily shouldn't be galvanized pipe. So we will have to enter into Pembroke Street. It'll be an isolated area. It's not a large stretch of Pembroke Street. So that's the biggest effect in that particular location. But we will have discussions with the BIA, as it will affect Shamrock Park parking lot. It will affect Shamrock Park. So towards the end of design and before we run into the construction season is when we'll have those discussions.
Okay. And I appreciate that. I'm sure that that's largely what we try and do on a general basis, and the public should know that. The reason I ask, of course, is because with everybody, yelling at us this year about what was getting done, which is hilarious because a few years ago the yelling was that we don't do anything. And I think the mayor at one point released a press release that I think spoke to the issue of trying to get stuff done requires stuff getting done. But the people should have the expectation that there's going to be consultation. But I think we also need to actively, I think, be reaching out, and I'm glad to hear that that in your opinion that's part of the expectation as well, and that people should be expecting that. Because and in particular, I know with Shamrock Park, I think the BIA has some thoughts on some improvements that they might want to work in at the same time. One might be electrical outlets and stuff. So I look forward to seeing this project continue, and I certainly don't deny that work needs to be done. That's a given, but sometimes it also needs to be done strategically and with a bit of care.
Friendly, and then Councillor Giacono.
Just a quick comment that in my history here, staff has always worked with businesses, and we can't please all the people all the time, and the roads do have to be fixed. And unfortunately, sometimes we're at the mercy of when the contractor can actually do it, and weather comes into play. One thing I did have a concern about, and I just wanted to clarify it. Usually when it's signage, if businesses are affected, I believe that the contractor is responsible for putting up signage. Am I correct on that?
That is correct.
And so I know that we took the slam this summer for some horrible signage that was erected. And the city shouldn't take plan, but do we take steps when we see that the contractor's just placed basically a sign that I think a kindergarten could have done a better job of making the sign? And it's, do we take steps against the contractor? Because it really looks bad. And people think that we're responsible when we're not.
Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do. We consult with the contractor. We have the contractor consult with the business owners to see if there's anything additional that they may require. We will sometimes, depending on the nature of the project and how it's going to affect. If we were doing a project on Pembroke Street for several blocks, we would have a different type of consultation, depending on the size of the project and the extent, complications of it. And the contractors generally are very good to work with the businesses. In some cases, the Friday afternoon tap on the shoulder the contractor may get from a business owner asking for more signage results in what may not be the most attractive looking sign. With that being said, signage half a block away was appropriate, approved signage. Additional signage was provided at that particular time. I know the incident you're referring to, and that was additional signage over and above what was already done and had been approved, which was about a half a block away from that sign.
Thank you.
Councillor Giacono.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that, the operations department is faced with many tasks, but I always thought that they've done their job with due diligence, facing the circumstances, letter deliveries or knocking on doors, or if there was a interruption in water service, people were brought up to speed fairly quickly. And there seems to be some comment that they're grossly, they're negligent. And I'll just pass it through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Keel. If you're going to improve it, how would we improve it if there seems to be that lack of, participation by the operations department with the folks in the community? How do we improve that? And what I'm hearing is that, we could have done better. How would we do that?
See, Onra, did you want to comment? You and I spoke one time about you're developing a communication plan.
Yeah, so thank you, Chair. So in the 2024 budget, and we've actually started the process already in regards to a communications plan, and it will be around the concept of consistent branding and messaging from all the different departments. Too often, departments are faced with challenges, and their focus is fixing the challenge, and sometimes the communications is not a priority. Fixing the issue is a priority, and so having this overarching communications plan to address that will be a focus of 2024. And with the aim of having something in place by the spring of 2024. In regards to consultation, over the last, I would say, 3 to 5 years, I've never seen the requirement to consult with the public as greater as it is now. The public is constantly asking for information. And so as part of the communications plan, we'll be addressing that and taking a look at potential some engagement software for providing information, again, on a consistent and constant manner to the public, so that they're not having to run to, say, elected officials, or that they have to run to individual directors, that they can go to a website and get all the additional information. So more to come, and I'm excited about the project, and I think it will help us into the future in regards to addressing these issues.
Thank you for that update, and and you and staff for spearheading that project. So we have a motion on the floor by Councillor Lafreniere to approve $413,644 plus HST. Call the question. Those in favor? Carried. Next item. The construction manager at risk, CMAR for filters, launders, and under-tile drains. Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Operations Department is seeking direction regarding using a construction manager at risk, CMAR, methodology for procuring the filters, launders, and under-tile drains replacement project at the water purification plant. As everyone is aware, we have an ongoing 20-year facility plan study for the WPP. As part of that, capacity and performance review was performed. I've spoke of that review before. Filtration process was confirmed to be one of the treatment units limiting the capacity of the water purification plant and represents a performance limitation and operations challenge. It was recommended by the consultant to start a replacement and upgrade of the project in the capital plan for the filtration process. We have recently experienced additional operational challenges with the filtration system during a backwash, which extends the backwash time and reduces the time available for production of potable water. Also, additional costs are being incurred to deal with the backwash process. So a repair and upgrade of the filtration system is being prioritized and accelerated to reduce the risk associated with a filter failure and a reduction in water production capacity. The main scope of work is detailed in the report that I've provided, but basically it includes replace and upgrade the filter under drain system to a new system that will allow for adding filter media and allow for improved processes in filtration, including air scour. Replace the filter media and incorporate a deeper media configuration, concrete repairs to the filter box. A significant challenge and a significant cost associated with this project is the need to install a temporary filter unit to ensure redundancy of the systems and the required capacity while the project is undertaken. Basically, we got to turn the existing filter systems off to take them offline to do this work, and in that we will need another filter system operating. So a temporary mobile unit would have to be installed at the side of the plant. The consultant for the project, Associated Engineering, is recommending using a CMAR approach that could reduce the time frame for the project, which is critical, assist with the procuring long lead time items, and assist with ensuring constructability is built into the design. So I haven't attached the very lengthy tech memo that AE provided. It provides further details to the scope and a summary of the alternate delivery methods for the project and the recommended approach. So to summarize the recommended approach, a construction manager would be retained. That construction manager would work collaboratively with the city and the design consultant. After the preliminary design was when they'd be brought in. That brings an industry expert into the project early on to ensure constructability is at the forefront of the design. And it includes cost savings, identifies risks and solutions in the methodology, and provides for greater control throughout the project. During the design phase, the construction manager would be under contract as a construction manager as advisor and would be working towards a construction contract. At the end of the design phase, if the construction manager and the city cannot agree on a maximum price, then the city can terminate the contract and we can revert back to tendering the project. At that point, we'd have our design and we could go out to tender if we felt the contract with the construction manager at risk wasn't to our satisfaction. If a max price can be agreed upon, then the contract would be converted to a construction manager at risk, where the CM takes on the monetary risks for the construction and keeps the project and the risk of keeping the project on schedule. Selection of a CMA or a CMAR would be done in a competitive manner, so using a qualifications-based methodology. So very similar to our RFP methodology that we use now for engineering assignments. The need for a fast-track design and construction schedule, allowing for phases of the project to overlap and to reduce the risks to the city during construction is our key components and key considerations. The budgetary estimate provided to engage a construction manager as an advisor is about $100,000. It would be included in the 2024 capital budget. It is included in the anticipated cost of the filter replacement project. And for everyone's information, that anticipated cost is at $3.1 million.
Councillor Purcell.
Thank you, Chair. Can you give me an example of any other CMAR projects that the city has undertaken?
This would be the first CMAR project the city has done.
Okay.
We have done design build projects before, and design build and CMAR are somewhat similar in the sense where you're trying to work collaboratively with a team. So in this sense, the construction management working collaboratively. The big difference is when we turn over into the construction manager at risk, it's the construction manager that holds those risks of making sure that everything moves along smoothly. But we haven't.
Because the monetary risks are held by the construction manager.
Yes, true. It does sound expensive. It does sound quite risky on the construction manager side of things, but the construction manager has been involved since immediately after preliminary design.
Okay.
So they've had the opportunity to be involved in the project through all the detailed steps, reviewing the drawings as we go into detailed design. For example, they will be on site, they will see the conditions, they will understand exactly what they're getting themselves into. As is stated in the report provided from AE, at 30%, 60%, 90%, and 100% design, that construction manager is in there reviewing the drawings similar to a contractor would, but only after the design is complete.
Okay.
So they have the opportunity to have input into the design along the way. Red flag comes up saying, oh, something not going to work there. Those type of products are no longer available. They've changed the design of those type of products. Don't account for the same space you used to last year. They changed the model. Those type of things are going to be caught as we move along in the project.
And is there any, risk right now in regards to imminent failure right now that would cause concerns? Or is it just a life expectancy replacement kind of a deal?
It's more a life expectancy. The
Okay.
filter material definitely needs to be changed. When it comes to filters, there's always a risk of failure, especially when the filters are giving us trouble. But we're managing through. The backwash is taking us a little while longer. It's taking some more work with staff at the plant. They are doing an amazing job in dealing with the challenges. So we're in a good spot, but we need to move quickly on this project.
And if they're isolated, can the backfeed from Petawawa as a worst-case scenario?
At present, there is no ability for us to draw water from the town of Petawawa.
Oh, I was talking to an engineer, and he stated that the system was designed that way, but that's why I was just curious to see if that was a reality.
I understand there's a check valve in the system that doesn't allow us to draw water from the town of Petawawa.
Just a bypass of a check valve.
There would have to be some work completed to be able to do that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Keel.
I think Troy took most of what Councillor Purcell took most of what I was going to say. This sort of process certainly intrigues me, and I guess the only thing that I'm left with are what are the potential downfalls or negatives that you might see? Because this report certainly sells it as the best option. Is there any what's the downside? Is it really just that we're upfronting that 100,000 so that they're there and involved at the beginning? And I can't help but potentially, I mean, this is not my area of expertise at all, but I can't help but potentially think that when the builder is assuming some of the cost risk, that it would be slightly more expensive. Of course, when we go with the other options that we've done, it certainly hasn't stopped us from having hundreds of thousands of dollars in additional expenses either. So are there any negatives that you see but that you think are obviously mitigated? I know you're recommending this, but what was your balancing act, I guess, on it?
I don't look at the $100,000 to hire the construction manager as an additional expense. It's going to save us, I believe it's going to save us in the long run. We're going to have that constructability built into the project right up front. It should reduce change orders after the project starts into construction. When a contractor comes on after the design is done and says, maybe you could have designed it a little differently, this is going to be difficult, that generally sounds like it's going to cost money and does. So I don't see that $100,000 as being an additional expense. I guess the big downfall that concerns me, I'm not saying it's necessarily going to be an issue, is ensuring that the City of Pembroke can hire and retain a construction manager in the time frame that we're looking for. We're not the only water plant out there, and this is a very specialized field. So how successful are we going to be in being able to retain that person? The consultant that's recommending it has experience with this methodology, has had some conversations with industry experts that are out there. There's definitely interest in moving forward and moving forward quickly. So I'm hoping that that isn't going to be too big of a risk.
Councillor Purcell.
I'm just looking back to the model. Is this something similar to the integrated project delivery so that you could save dollars in the long run because of change requests? You know, there's a thorough assessment, the users are engaged, you have a single point of contact in terms of the construction manager. He's there from start to finish, I guess, and the only other component would be is that they really hold the risk in terms of not delivering on time.
Very, very close. Yes, so I would agree. It's almost identical. The difference being the construction manager also becomes the contractor. At some point throughout the cycle, the construction manager becomes the contractor and has full risk and takes over from there. Still with our consultant, of course, overseeing everything, and we still have our consultant making sure everything goes the way they're supposed to. Perfect. That would be the only difference.
Okay, that's reasonable. Thank you.
Keel?
Chair is suggesting that we need a motion. I would certainly, I would move that we accept the recommendation as in the report.
Seconded by Councillor Frenier. Any further discussion, comments? Call the question. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Next item, we have CEO Mr. Unruh for the petition for crosswalk at Champlain Discovery Public School.
Can I try and make a motion before the report?
Yes?
I would move that we forward this matter to the Police Services Board for their review and report back.
Pardon? Mr. Huntsberg? Right, okay. So we'll have motion on the floor. Do we have a seconder for that motion? To table it, to flip it to the Police Services Board? No seconder? Okay, Mr. Unruh, you have the floor.
Okay, so straightforward, we received this petition from a resident, and in regards to the concerns with the situation, if anyone's been there during, not necessarily in the morning, but certainly at night, there is vehicles lining both sides of Bell Street, and makes it very unsafe. So the petition is from a resident in the area. I can just also add that staff is working with the specific stakeholders, i.e. the school, OPP, and bylaw to truly understand the situation and determine what options are available.
Sure. I guess this has been, probably Mr. Lewis probably knows better, just because I know that I've been, you probably received a few emails from me at the end of the 22-23 school year in regards to that area as well, at Champlain Discovery School. It is unsafe. It's a real issue there because it is congested. Sidewalk is on the opposite side of the street. Traffic tends to move through there fairly quickly. Along Bell Street to the stop sign. The crosswalk isn't actually adequately marked, which we all know that. And I do think there's an opportunity to improve the safety. Now it kind of brings up an additional point. You know, we're seeing a sidewalk being built at the end of Bell Street down the hill to River Road, which I don't know where that came from in regards to the approval for that process. Maybe that's something that previous council came through, but sidewalks are important in terms of safety. There was a reconstruction project on Cecilia Street between Bell Street and Irving Street. Lots of people walking there on a regular basis. We pave it, we don't put a sidewalk. There's areas in Pembroke that really need sidewalks, and I don't think the end of Bell Street going down to River Road is one of them. I think that there's an opportunity where we can really kind of look at how those decisions are made and identify those areas that I think that there's more value and more safety in regards to pedestrian traffic. So it seemed like it was an afterthought because the road was constructed and then all of a sudden, hey, I think we're going to throw a sidewalk in there. So I just don't understand the process in regards to how these areas get identified as sidewalks. Meanwhile, we have elderly people that are going from Marion Hill to Carrefour along that stretch, and we paved that road, we didn't put a sidewalk in there, and I see people on the road constantly walking on the road where traffic has to weave out. So that's part of that issue, and I think by constructing a small little sidewalk in front of Champlain Discovery and beefing up that sidewalk just makes common sense. So I would support any improvement to that area. Thank you.
Councillor Frenier and then Councillor Jacquinot.
So I would agree that that is a problem area, and I would also say that it's not the only problem area around a school. And I mean, last year during the election, I heard it from a few residents up around Belmont, Broadview, that have children that walk to school, and there are no sidewalks. And so, you know, maybe that's something, and I think I even mentioned it possibly to Mr. Lewis last fall, saying, you know, we should come up with a sidewalk plan or a school zone plan, and have a policy, you know, surrounding the school areas that at least can help move kids a little safer. That being said, right now it is amplified because of the bus situation. And I know because I drop my granddaughter off every morning at the cathedral on Isabella, and I pick her up every night, and it is ridiculous. Cars parked on both sides of Isabella with grandparents waiting for their grandchildren to come out, and some kids darting out. So yeah, like, it's a bad spot as well. And there's no crosswalk. So, I mean, if this, I don't know, I don't think the school is saving a lot of money because they're not paying buses. I'm not sure how that's working, but maybe the school boards could work with us to rectify some of the situations in the entire school communities. Years ago, and I believe that Councillor Jackno was on council at the time when crossing guards were removed by the school boards. And so all of a sudden it came on the shoulders, and we did take care of it for a few years, but then it got hard to get crossing guards. So we had to end that program. But anyway, maybe that's somewhere, you know, if this doesn't start to solve itself, because last time I checked, there's no lineup outside Valley Transportation for people that want to be bus drivers. So there might be an increase of walkers. Thank you.
Mayor, or Councillor Gervais, then Mayor, no, sorry, Councillor Giacono, then Mayor Gervais.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Big agenda tonight.
Councillor Keel, I didn't second your motion because I wanted to hear some discussion. It's not that I didn't want to. And I think we should establish who determines the criteria for safety for crosswalks. Do the police do, you know, anyway, that's another topic. You may want to bring that up again. But I do agree about the safety issue. I travel there quite a bit back and forth, and there's a lot of kids, a lot of interaction. So I believe something should be done there, whatever that is going to be. But my question goes to the CAO, and I know that parents are, in regards to the petition, there's 17 signatures on there who are not listed as resident city of Pembroke. So what bearing does that have on a petition? Those names should, I mean, they may be parents who live outside of the area bringing their children there, but I mean, somebody from Whitewater or Deep River or Chalk River, I mean, did they sign it because their friend is teacher there, or, you know, I mean, how relevant is that? Should we look at those things? Maybe I'm micromanaging, but I mean, you know, we're talking about a pool and people not contributing. So here's somebody with a great concern that lives in Deep River about a crosswalk in our community. I don't know what bearance that has. I mean, if it was in Deep River, I wouldn't sign the petition. You know, that's their business. So anyway, through you, Mr. Chair, to our CAO, how do we handle that?
Yeah, so good note on that, and also, you know, I don't know the relationships with the individuals that have signed it in regards to the students there. But certainly, I think in regards to the city of the Pembroke, we have a responsibility in regards to the right-of-way. We have to make sure that that's safe. I know a certain situation in Petawawa where we just put no parking on both sides of the roads and enforced it heavily with bylaw. That is probably what needs to be done to make sure it's safe. In regards to where parents and grandparents park and pick up their kids, I think it's a responsibility of them to arrange it, but I think it's up to the city of Pembroke to make sure that the streets are safe and whatever that takes. So it could mean no parking. That's why staff is trying to work with the school board, with the OPP, and with bylaw to come up with a solution. But in regards to a crosswalk, the crosswalk is, in my viewpoint, is potentially a Band-Aid, and it's not solving the actual problem.
Mr. Lewis, you wanted to speak for a second?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize to Mr. Unruh. I promised I would stay seated here when this item came up, and I left. I apologize. So we are looking at this situation. We are definitely looking at the intersection. We're looking at how traffic is affecting the students getting to and from Champlain Discovery. We have had bylaw enforcement up there to observe what was going on. We have had the OPP up there to observe what is going on. We're trying to get through that information as well as our own observations. And one, as Mr. Unruh says, one of the issues is the amount of parents along the side of the road. Whether we call that parking, whether we call that stopping to drop the children off, it's quite congested. And right at a four-way intersection, right at where the buses are going in and out of the school, right where the students are trying to enter into the front of the school, it's quite congested. So we do have some discussions to have with the school to see if we can help with some suggestions to get the parents off of Bell Street and into school property to do the drop-off. It is done at a number of other schools in the area. We know it can be successful at other locations, so we want to discuss that with them. We also want to look at some of the suggestions that were included in the petition. There are some definitely there that can be looked at. Bell Street is a 40-kilometer-an-hour zone. We have done that. We have done a number of other things, and we're working on it. And further to previous discussions, it's not the only location we're looking at. On my desk presently, I have 4 school locations that I'm working on traffic management issues. And I've probably got, I've got 5. A couple playgrounds and probably about half a dozen other intersections that I've been requested to take a look at. And following up on a previous discussion by the fire chief, resources can get very short when you're trying to do all of that and looking at the big picture items. So I just wanted to make sure. We are definitely looking at it.
Thank you. Okay, Mayor Gervais, then Councillor Keel, then Purcell.
Just simply to say that the individuals in the petition should feel that we take this very seriously. Councillor Keel had received an email. The system is working. I then spoke to staff. Staff, as Mr. Lewis just articulated, has been dealing with OPP bylaw and so forth to work towards a solution. So it's not being ignored. It is being addressed. But some things take time to come to a resolution. Just real quick, that used to be Bishop Smith in the sense of a high school, and the buses used to go in, turn around, and come back out, and individuals who were dropping off would go where Mr. Lewis is talking about, and there was no one hanging, parking, and doing all sorts of things on Bell Street, but they took that seemingly away. Thank you.
Councillor Keel.
I mean, the reason I tried to punt this was because we basically just did a roundtable discussion, throwing out a whole bunch of ideas, while we have staff actually studying the issue. So I know there's been some complaints lately about how long our council meetings go. I'm not actually, with the greatest of respect to everybody around this table, I'm not really sure tonight, this last 10 minutes was all that helpful. So when I was on the Police Services Board, we received a number of crosswalk complaints, so much so that I think there were meetings where we spent more time on crosswalks, Your Worship, than we did on police matters, which is why, and I think the former mayor sort of treated the Police Services Board as also a de facto community safety committee. So that's why I was suggesting, and I might try and move the motion again, that we send it back to the Police Services Board on the understanding that I presume a report and recommendations are going to follow at some point in time. I mean, we need to be mindful of, you can't, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Lewis, but you can't necessarily erect certain things within proximities of other certain things due to some of the traffic regulations and whatnot. So it sounds like it's a bit more complicated. While I mean, this is my first petition from the people, and quite frankly, I was quite excited to see it because I do enjoy engagement by the residents. I'm not sure this needed to be here tonight without the study from our staff and without further recommendations. So I would move for a second time that we move this matter to the Police Services Board for future review.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Jagino, seconder? Okay, motion on the floor to move the topic to the Police Services Board for their input. Comments? Councillor Frenier.
Through the chair, I don't believe we have a meeting till January, am I correct, Mayor? So it won't go very quickly, and I just heard that Mr. Lewis is already working with the OPP, so I just think it's being done, maybe not through the board, but we don't meet till January, so unless the chair wants to call a special meeting to discuss this. I just want to bring that up.
Mr. Lewis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could help with the discussion. We are all presently working with the OPP on this. I will be requesting from the OPP an official report, I will be asking from the Police Services Board for a report on any recommendations we may have. So in the meantime, until that January meeting, we will continue to work forward. Staff will continue to work forward, see if we can come up with other options. We can provide, which we've done in the past, we can provide some options to Police Services Board to review then at that meeting. And then we don't miss a meeting. So we'll go about it that way. We will continue to move forward though.
If I could indulge, if I could speak, please. What's that? Yes, I get 2 minutes. Just a couple of questions and I have a comment. Mr. Lewis, what does a lighted crosswalk cost, like the one at Fellows High School?
Roughly about $20,000. This location cannot have one of those.
How come?
It's at a four-way intersection that already has right-of-way being determined under the Highway Traffic Act. To put a push-button crosswalk that a student would use would change who has right-of-way, and it would be, it would not meet the Highway Traffic Act. So, complicates this intersection a little further. All things that we are reviewing at this point in time.
And are there planned, can you paint the road, paint the road, like it says here? That's for painting the road and crosswalking the road and that?
There is a crosswalk there. The paint may have worn off, but it was painted. And yes, we can do some additional painting. I believe I have a GIS photo that shows line painting, so I'm not exactly sure where it wore off. And Councillor Purcell, thanks very much for providing that picture for me. But I also have pictures that show it was there, so it may have wore off. There are some other options that we can look at. There was suggestions of sidewalks. There is a paved boulevard there. There was suggestions of painting an area there. So staff is looking at a number of different options.
Can the hydro pole be moved?
I will have to get Hydro to take a look at that. That would be a significant cost.
Okay.
That's a significant.
Thank you. Or no, yes, I didn't mean to cut you off, no.
Okay.
So I just wanted to ask those questions. I just want to comment, I taught at Champlain Discovery last year, and I took my students swimming lessons for 8 weeks, and we walked there, and we used that four-way stop. And we'd always come back about 15 minutes before school was out, and the parents would be parked along the side of the road, and I went in the middle of the road and stopped traffic like a crossing guard and had the kids walk across, you know. So it is a very dangerous situation. I did speak to Ms. Veldman yesterday, and who orchestrated the petition. She said she could have got more signatures, but she wasn't allowed to go into the school and gather signatures. People are parking on Fraser Street. The view, it obstructs the view. Somebody nearly got clipped the other day. So we all know it's a dangerous thing, and thank you for looking into it. I know some solutions will be done. 600 students at Champlain Discovery last year, and I was told this year there's more. And yes, because of the lack of buses also. But
Mr. Chair, point of order, we're getting off the topic here.
no, we're not. I'm
Yes, we
commenting.
are.
No,
You're
we're
talking
not.
about things that are not relevant to
So-
the question.
It is relevant to the question. I'm talking, give me my personal
I don't believe
input.
so.
Well, I disagree. So those are my comments, and thank you for looking into it. So we had a motion on the floor to,
To refer the matter to the Police Services Board.
those in favor? Carried. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Keel, second of Councillor Plummer. Those in favor? We are adjourned. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Planning and Development Committee of Council of Tuesday, November the 7th, 2023. I'll call this meeting to order. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest or general nature thereof? Seeing none, the approval or amendment of the meeting agenda. Councillor Keel,
Move to approve.
seconded by Councillor Plummer. Those in favor? Thank you. The meeting agenda is approved. The approval of the minutes of the Planning and Development Committee minutes of October 3rd, 2023, having been distributed and read. Errors or omissions, moved by Councillor Purcell, seconded by Councillor Keel. Those in favor? Against? Carried. Thank you. Under new business, item A, request for signed bylaw relief. Mr. Hutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A sign permit application has been received for 1036 Pembroke Street East. As everybody is probably quite familiar with, a development is currently under construction at this location, consisting of a takeaway eating establishment and 2 retail stores in a single commercial building. The takeout eating establishment is to be Popeye's Restaurant, which is the business subject of this application. The application proposes 3 fascia signs for their single place of business on the property. The sign bylaw only permits a single fascia sign or 2 fascia signs in the case of a corner lot. Therefore, relief from this provision in the sign bylaw is required for the sign permit application to proceed. As proposed, the first fascia sign would be located on the front facade of the building, the second on the side facade, and the third would be on the rear of the building. The first 2 signs would be illuminated. The third sign at the rear would not be illuminated. As you know in your packages, a letter of justification for this relief has been submitted by the applicant. In the view of the Planning Department, the requested relief can be considered minor in impact and compatible within the neighborhood, as well as being consistent with the intent of the sign bylaw. As Popeyes will be located in the corner unit of the new building, the front and the side signs would have a similar effect as to if the building was situated on a corner lot, in which case those 2 signs would be permitted by default. Further, this means that only a single one of these 3 proposed signs will be directly fronting a public roadway. And a similar situation can be found just down the road at the LCBO at 1050 Pembroke Street East. And lastly, the rear sign proposed is unilluminated, and it actually has the effect of a graphic or a decal as opposed to a traditional sign. So the Planning Department is recommending that relief be granted for 3 fascia signs for Popeyes at 1036 Pembroke Street East as requested.
Councillor Purcell, Plummer, and his worship.
So I motion that we allow the relief to be granted for Popeyes to allow 3 fascia signs for the one business. Thank you.
Moved by Councillor Purcell. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Plummer, discussion?
I would just second the motion from Councillor.
Okay,
Purcell.
very good. Councillor Purcell, do you have comments or was seconding? No comments? The mayor, do you have a comment, Councillor Purcell? Oh, sorry. I was sorry. Sorry, Your Worship.
Simply to say, if this is the least we can do to support businesses, you look at the LCBO, you look at Walmart, and I realize now I'm moving into Laurentian Valley, but look at Winners, look at any of them. They all have the same type of format, and so if this is the least we can do to support the businesses, let's do it.
Okay, you've heard the request. No further business. Motion on the floor. Those in favor? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Item B, parking concerns in front of 277.
Mr. Chair, motion to extend as we're coming up on 10 o'clock.
Motion to extend the evening. No seconder? Oh, there is a seconder, Councillor Purcell. Those in favor? Carried, thank you. We will proceed with business, even though it is at 10 o'clock. Very good. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Parking concerns have been received from a resident at 277 Supple Street, which is located on the northwest corner of Supple and William Streets. The concern is that vehicles are being parked in such a way that their front driveway is being blocked. As you have attached, you have the letter of concern in your agenda packages. Just to highlight, the owner finds it difficult to keep this access clear during the winter months due to parked vehicles. Additionally, the mail carrier and visitors have had trouble accessing her front door during winter months, again, due to parked cars and snowbanks. The request is that the owner would like the parking bylaw amended to allow the no parking zone, which is on the north side of Supple Street, to be extended past her walkway. The proposed location to be extended would be approximately 7 meters past the existing no parking sign on the north side of Supple Street, as you can see in the attached photo. This means that there would be a loss of a single parking space on Supple Street if the no parking area were to be extended as proposed. The operations department has been consulted regarding this request, and it has been noted that the operation of a snowplow would be made easier as well by this proposal in giving the operator more turning room and unimpeded space at an intersection. So thus, this would also assist the operations department in their snow removal. Financial implications, if approved, there would be a need to move the existing no parking sign. The cost for this would be approximately $200.
Your worship, Councillor Purcell, Keel, and Lafernier.
No, cross me off.
Cross you off? Okay. Your worship? Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Chair.
Go ahead.
I was just going to move that we permit the moving of the no parking sign to 7 meters, so that'd be 16 meters from the corner, to allow, I guess, there's no interference with the walkway at 277 Supple Street.
Moved by Councillor Purcell. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Lafernier, discussion? Councillor Keel?
I'm certainly inclined to, I understand the concern here. I certainly don't disagree that there's not a concern. I'm mildly worried about the precedent that we're setting, because this could literally be the case on every street where there's parking in Pembroke where there's no sidewalk and they have a walkway up to the street. So that's my only consideration is I mean, obviously the parking here I believe is mostly heavy because of the courthouse usage. So it might be higher than normal. This particular house, which I'm actually quite familiar with, Councillor Lafreniere is probably familiar with it too. It does have access on the other street where their driveway is. The only reason I'm inclined to say no to this one is just I could see any number of people complaining about people parking in front of their house, and I'm just not sure. Perhaps other than the courthouse parking, or the courthouse causing a lot of parking, how this would be any more special than any other house that abuts up to a curb. So that's my only concern.
Worship?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So
Councillor Lafernier, after?
I concur with Councillor Keel. So experience of over 20 years in that particular area. Yes, it's the courthouse. It used to have Algonquin College in that area, but it's because of also the businesses in that area. They park along William Street from Pembroke Street to Supple, and then along Supple, not too far down Supple, there used to be Mr. Bradley's house, Henry Bradley, but you can't go too far to Dr. Baxter's former house because you're not allowed to park down further that way. Mr. Bradley's former house now has a driveway, so another spot just got removed because he has a driveway because Mr. Matthew Bradley did some, and it came before council in terms of rejigging parking lots and so forth. I did do the Google thing today just to confirm exactly what Councillor Keel is saying, is that the second exit from their house comes off of William Street onto the driveway to give access that way. And so what I ultimately wrote is, do we wish to be setting this precedent? Because throughout, it's not just that location, it's throughout. There's going to be individuals that are going to say, well, don't park in front of my walkway. And I recognize the bylaw currently says don't park in front of a driveway. But I think it's just going to be, and it's not just the parking I described, it's also all of Maple Street because of the business there, whether it be Peter Shack, Mr. Quintel's office, and so forth. So that's all parking along there as well. People park, and I recognize that staff might say, well, there's a parking lot behind the courthouse, but it's paid parking, and well, we know that people don't like to pay for parking. even if it is a lot cheaper than Ottawa. But in any event, my concern, I don't know that I support it just because I'm concerned then that the neighbor finds out and says, oh, we're going to go to council. And I recognize that some council members might say, well, we don't have to be bound by precedent, and on a case by case, we can say no to the other ones. I just find it difficult to do that if you say yes to this one.
Councillor Fernier?
I support this. The Works Department has also commented that the operation of a snowplower is much easier. This is a very narrow road. I too am very familiar with this. And they do have a problem parking all the way around their house. And I know there's been issues with trying to get into that driveway sometimes because of cars. So I am supporting this, and for the pure reason that people do abuse it, but there is parking. There is parking behind the courthouse. And just like the hospital zone, we implemented no parking on almost every street around the hospital for the same reason people are parking to avoid paying. So I'm going to support this and encourage people to use the paid parking spots. So I'm going to support
Do we have a
this.
motion on the floor? Or?
I'm going to move that we support this request. Oh, we have one already. Okay,
Who
it's been
moved
moved.
it? Can you
Thank
reread it, please, Mr. Chair?
Well, it's to support the no parking.
So the motion was moved by Councillor Purcell, seconded by Councillor Frenier, that staff was staff was directed to prepare a bylaw, for the November 21st council meeting to amend the no parking area on the north side of Supple Street, as presented this evening.
Thank you.
Okay.
Those in favor? Against? Hands up again in favor, please. 1, 2, 3, 4. The motion passes. Thank you. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a request for the leasing of 8 parking spaces in the north end of the City Hall parking lot. The request is from Western Financial Group. So from 2016 to 2019, when the business was then Johnston and Mackey Insurance, they entered into a 4-year parking agreement with the city. This was for 5 spaces. They ceased to require these spaces during COVID, and so the agreement was not renewed. Staff have been in discussion with the building's owners, and they are now interested in leasing 8 parking spaces for their employees to park. There is no concern in terms of room in the parking lot to accommodate the 8 spaces. There would still be ample parking space available. Staff is recommending that a 1-year lease be agreed on for 2024 with consideration for a longer-term lease next year. And the reasoning for this is that staff will be reviewing the parking bylaw fees. So the overall fee may change in the near future. So once this is completed, the city will be in a better position to consider a longer-term lease for the 8 spaces. It's also recommended that the owners of 10 Nelson Street pay a prorated amount to the city on an annual basis for the maintenance and snow removal for these spaces, and then the city can submit the actual costs to maintain the parking lot on an annual basis. The financial implications for the term of a 1-year lease would be the same as the previous lease, with $350 plus HST per year per parking space for a total of $2,800 plus HST. The lessee would pay the cost of maintaining the parking spaces as well as the signage.
Councillor Fernier?
I would move we support the recommendation.
Moved by Councillor Fernier to support, seconded by Councillor Purcell. Further discussion? Those in favor? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A smoking bylaw. At the June 20th, 2023 Parks and Recreation Committee meeting, the committee tabled a request for a smoking area for the grind until the city has approved a no smoking vaping bylaw on municipally owned property. The committee wanted a report to determine if a bylaw is required for municipally owned property. We do not have a smoking bylaw at this time. There is a provincial statute in place, the Smoke-Free Ontario Act. This act prohibits people from harmful exposure to secondhand smoke and vaping in enclosed public spaces, workplaces, and many outdoor public places, and it makes it more difficult for young people to purchase tobacco. The act states that a person cannot smoke or vape within 20 meters of a playground, outdoor public areas of a school's property, the grounds of a community recreational facility, or outdoor public-owned sports area. And it further states that a person cannot smoke or vape within 9 meters of a patio of any bar or restaurant, any entrance or exit to a long-term care home or an independent health facility. Further, no smoking or vaping on any outdoor hospital grounds or psychiatric facility grounds. This act does not require a spatial separation for a smoking area from the entrance exit of any other type of establishments not named above, and the staff of the Renfrew County and District Health Unit enforce the requirements of the Smoke-Free Ontario Act. The City of Pembroke does have a smoking in the workplace policy for all employees in place. This policy states that all employees will adhere to the Smoke-Free Ontario Act. The policy goes on to state that all employees will be allowed to smoke tobacco and electronic cigarettes, but only outside the 9-meter radius surrounding any entrance exit in accordance with the prescribed provincial statute. The City of Pembroke has established smoking areas at its municipal properties as per the Act. Signage has been erected at the 2 arenas indicating a person must be 20 meters from the entrance exit of the PMC or the PAAC. Outdoor smoking areas have been established at the city's municipal buildings, and they comply with the Act and have not been causing any issues. The city's CAO and directors have met to discuss this issue and are satisfied with the smoking areas that are provided on municipal properties for staff and the public. Appropriate signage has been erected by the city to ensure that people are aware of the setback requirements. If the city were to enact a bylaw with additional requirements beyond the province's smoke-free requirements, then it would be up to the city to enforce and not the health unit staff. The city does not have the staff to enforce smoking or vaping contraventions. And financial implications, there would be costs associated with the bylaw enforcement of a smoking bylaw.
Motions, discussion. Councillor Fernier.
I agree with the recommendation. We don't have the staff to start to enforce anything other than what we're already posting on our signs, and let the proper authorities deal with it. So I would support the recommendation, and I would put forward a motion. Do we need a motion? We don't need a motion. This is just information. So I really think I'm supporting staff's recommendation here.
Further, Councillor Purcell.
Just a couple comments, Chair. Just in regards to smoking, of course, we all know that any time that we can prohibit smoking is probably a good wise health choice. But that being said, I understand the concerns in regards to enforcement of this. But just a quick question: does the City of Pembroke policy permit smoking in company vehicles?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that would be no.
Okay. I'll raise my concern with the CAO. Thank you.
Further? Seeing none, you have the opinion of the committee. And we'll proceed. We are sort of the child of the province. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any, Councillor Keel?
Motion to adjourn?
Thank you, Councillor Keel. Seconded by Councillor Fernier. Those in favor? Carried. We are adjourned. Thank you.
evening, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order for Council of November 7th, 2023. Councillor Keel?
Your worship, I move pursuant to section 2.4 of the procedural bylaw that section 8.3.1 be suspended for the evening.
I have a seconder for that motion. I have Councillor Purcell. Those in favor? And that is carried. At this time, I'd ask everyone to please stand for an opening prayer and/or reflection. Before opening this meeting of council, I would ask those who wish, each in your own way, silently join in a prayer of guidance over these proceedings. Thank you. Are there any disclosed of pecuniary interest in relation to the council meeting in open? Seeing none. Minutes. I'd entertain a motion for the approval of the minutes of council regular meeting October 17th, 2023. I have the deputy mayor, seconded by Councillor Purcell. Those in favor? And that is carried. Now we have adoption of minutes from committees. First is the Planning and Development Committee, October 3rd, 2023. I have Councillor Giacono, seconded by Councillor Plummer. Those in favor? And that is carried. Next is to adopt minutes from the Finance and Admin Committee, October 3rd, 2023. I have Councillor Keel, seconded by Councillor Lafreniere. Those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Moving along to receiving minutes. First is the Heritage Murals Committee, October 10th, 2023. Motion to receive those minutes. Councillor Plummer, seconded by Councillor Lafreniere. Those in favor? That is carried. Last is to receive minutes from the local board, being the Pembroke Public Library Board, and there's a number of them. February 27th, May 25th, June 15th, and September 7th. So that'll get us up to date. Moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Purcell. Those in favor? And that is carried. For proclamations this evening, first is Diabetes Awareness Month. By virtue of the power vested in me, I do hereby declare November 2023 as Diabetes Awareness Month in the City of Pembroke. Whereas November is Diabetes Awareness Month in Canada and across the globe, a time to raise awareness of signs and symptoms of diabetes and potential complications of this chronic illness affecting more than 425 million people worldwide and more than 11 million people in Canada. And whereas the theme of Diabetes Awareness Month is Take Charge of Tomorrow, Preventing Diabetes Health Problems. And whereas raising awareness will assist in maintaining positive health and wellness and improving the quality of life for people with diabetes. And whereas there is a great need to raise funds for research into better methods of treatment and ultimately a cure. Therefore, be it resolved that I, Ron Jerva, Mayor of the City of Pembroke, do hereby proclaim the month of November as Diabetes Awareness Month in the City of Pembroke and acknowledge millions of Canadians living with this illness who inspire us to develop better treatment options and finally find a cure for diabetes. November is Diabetes Awareness Month. The theme of Diabetes Awareness Month this year is to take charge of tomorrow, preventing diabetes health problems. As stated in the proclamation, more than 11 million in Canada suffer from this disease. This is a chronic disease with many complications. The public ought to strive to prevent getting this disease as it is extremely serious with life-altering effects. The second proclamation this evening concerns carbon monoxide awareness. By virtue of the power vested in me, I do hereby declare November 1st through 14th, 2023 as Carbon Monoxide Awareness Campaign in the City of Pembroke. Whereas the City of Pembroke is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all those living in and visiting our city, and whereas carbon monoxide continues to be a leading cause of accidental poisoning in Ontario. Whereas approximately 65% of incidents occur in people's homes, and whereas carbon monoxide is an invisible, odorless, and highly poisonous gas created during the combustion of carbon fuels, and whereas on average, Ontario homes have roughly 4 to 6 fuel-burning appliances that produce carbon monoxide, whereas the Pembroke Fire Department is dedicated to reducing the occurrences of carbon monoxide poisoning and injuries through prevention and public education, whereas the City of Pembroke Pembroke's residents are responsive to public education measures and are able to take personal steps to increase their safety from carbon monoxide, especially in their own homes. Therefore, be it resolved that I, Ron Jerva, Mayor of the City of Pembroke, do hereby proclaim Carbon Monoxide Awareness Campaign from November 1st through the 14th in the City of Pembroke, and urge all residents of Pembroke to have their households' gas-burning appliances inspected, test their carbon monoxide detectors, and support the many public safety activities and efforts of the Pembroke Fire Department and all of the fire departments across Ontario. As noted, Carbon Monoxide Awareness Week runs from November 1st to the 14th. It is known as a silent killer because it is invisible, tasteless, and odorless, and can be deadly. Please obtain detectors if you don't already have them. If you do have them, test them, and utilize the supports of the Pembroke Fire Department to be better educated yourself on this front. And I imagine, at least I received, and I imagine everyone else did receive, put on by the TSSA, this publication that went out in our mail to again bring it to our attention so as to try and address this deadly killer. Okay. Next, we have bylaws. The first we have is 2023-79, amend procedural bylaw. Councillor Giacono.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Plummer. That bylaw number 2023-79 being a bylaw to amend bylaw 2023-61 as amended. A bylaw to establish the rules governing the order and proceedings of council and committees of the Corporation of the City of Pembroke. Procedural bylaw be adopted and passed. And further, that the said bylaw be signed by you, Your Worship, the clerk, and sealed with the seal of the corporation, and awaiting your signature, sir.
Moved by Councillor Giacono, seconded by Councillor Plummer, that bylaw 2023-79, a bylaw to amend bylaw 2023-61 as amended, a bylaw to establish the rules governing the order of proceedings of council and committees of the Corporation of the City of Pembroke being our procedural bylaw, be adopted and passed, and further that the said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation. Councillor Giacono.
Thank you, Your Worship. This bylaw addresses the electronic portion of the bylaw as it's amended. And of course, we all know that COVID has changed everything. People, continue to meet by Zoom processes, or if they're at home, they can, they can work from home. So what this is doing, it's finalizing and giving us the proper perspective on how we will meet electronically. And there was some discussion by council on this item some time ago, which was healthy. And now we have a solid procedure. Thank you.
Councillor Giacono, call the question. Those in favor, and that is carried. Next bylaw is 2023-80, service agreement for IT. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Andrew Plummer, that bylaw 2023-80, a bylaw to authorize, excuse me, to authorize the entering into a service agreement to provide information technology mutual aid services between the County of Renfrew and the City of Pembroke be adopted and passed, and further, that said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation.
Moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Plummer, that bylaw 2023-80, a bylaw to authorize the entering into of a service agreement to provide information technology mutual aid services between the County of Renfrew and the City of Pembroke be adopted and passed, and further that the said bylaw be signed by the Mayor and Clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation. Deputy Mayor.
As brought up earlier tonight in the Finance and Administration meeting, we're entering an agreement with the County of Renfrew to provide the city with emergency IT network support should it be required. Thank you.
You call the question. Those in favor, and that is carried. Next bylaw this evening is 2023-81, an indemnification policy. Councillor Purcell.
Moved by myself and seconded by Pat Lafernier, that bylaw 2023-81, bylaw to adopt an identification policy for the City of Pembroke be adopted and passed, and further that the said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation.
Moved by Councillor Purcell, seconded by Councillor Lafreniere, that bylaw 2023-81, a bylaw to adopt an indemnification policy for the corporation of the city of Pembroke be adopted and passed, and further that the said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation. Councillor Purcell?
Yes, this policy's been established to address indemnification needs for council members as well as board members, employees, and volunteers for the city of Pembroke. It's put in place to maintain the appropriate protections against personal liability, and it's also subject to certain limitations. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Keel?
So we've had a couple discussions around this, this policy, and I had thought that the direction was given that members should be able to retain their own lawyer up to a dollar limit. And yet when I go back to 4.7, again, it's the corporation's right to select lawyer. The corporation shall have the right to select and retain the lawyer to represent an employee, volunteer, or member in a covered action or proceeding, and the CAO shall advise such employee, volunteer, or member of the lawyer representing him or her. If the employee, volunteer, or member wishes to retain their own lawyer, the city will have the right to govern the terms of the retainer as outlined in the agreement. I'm just wondering from the CAO, is that like we're retaining our own lawyer up to the dollar limit that's set out? Like I'm wondering the general nature of the city has the right to govern our retainer. I'm wondering where we're going with that generality.
Yes, thank you, through your worship. Yeah, in regards to the clause, it was basically govern the terms of the retainer with respect to the maximum upset. That would be the extent of it.
That satisfies me.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, call the question. Those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Next one is 2023-82, Infrastructure Ontario Loan, and it's Councillor Keel.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Lafreniere, that bylaw 2023-82, a bylaw to authorize certain new capital works, to authorize the submission of an application to Ontario Infrastructure and Lands Corporation, OILC, for financing of such capital works as well as ongoing capital works, to authorize temporary borrowing from OILC for capital works, and to authorize long-term borrowing for such capital works through the issue of debentures to OILC, be adopted and passed, and further that the said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation.
Councillor Keel, seconded by Councillor Lafreniere, that bylaw 2023-82, a bylaw to authorize certain new capital works, to authorize the submission of an application to Ontario Infrastructure and Lands Corporation, OILC, for financing of such capital works as well as ongoing capital works, to authorize temporary borrowing from OILC for capital works, and to authorize long-term borrowing for such capital works through the issue of debentures to OILC be adopted and passed, and further that the said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation. Councillor Keel?
No further comment. It's permitting us to borrow some money for the project, and I believe it's the twinning of the town line force main. Yeah.
Thank you. Call the question. Those in favor? And that is carried. Next on this evening's agenda, we have motions, and we have one multi-sports facility recreation hub. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Andrew Plummer, that the City of Pembroke issue an expression of interest for firms interested in a public-private partnership with P3 with the City of Pembroke for a multi-sports facility / recreation hub. I'd like to speak to it first. I would not stand before you, before the community tonight, a year ago and recommend this type of opportunity to explore. I would not do that. But a few weeks ago, our treasurer, who is in charge of asset management now, gave us a real eye-opening report on our assets for the city and our future commitments to keep our facilities operating. PEMICE 2, 4.5 million over the next 1 to 20 years, which I can live with that. That's probably 7 million these figures were 2020. So that's probably 7 million in today's dollars. But the pool is end of life, as we saw tonight. The pool is end of life. We need a new aquatic complex. The Pembroke Memorial Centre, the iconic Pembroke Memorial Centre, 71 years old, $11.5 million worth of work, times the multiplier that we were given in the pool report, 1.5, is $17.25 million over the next 1 to 20 years to keep it in fair condition. So I'm not an engineer, but I figure it'd be less expensive to build a pool, aquatic complex, attached to a new Pembroke Memorial Centre arena with one central heating and cooling plant with heat generation and energy efficient than to build a standalone pool. We're at a crossroads in our recreation facilities in the city. It's ironic that we're doing, not ironic, but it's convenient that we're doing a recreation master plan now. And that we're asking the question, what are our facilities and programs going to be like for the next 10 to 10 years and ongoing? So we have an opportunity to explore something. And a P3 Recreation Sportsplex is a public-private partnership that involves the collaboration of the government, the private sector, and the community to design, build, finance, operate, and maintain a multi-purpose facility that offers a variety of recreational, cultural, and social services. A P3 Recreation Sportsplex can provide many benefits to the City of Pembroke and its residents, such as enhancing the quality of life and well-being of citizens by providing a modern, accessible, and inclusive space for physical activity, leisure, education, and entertainment. Supporting the economic development and tourism of the city by attracting visitors, events, and businesses to the area, creating jobs and generating revenues. What do medical staff, young doctors look for with families when they want to come to a community? What recreational facilities do you have? If this did happen, we would have an aquatic complex, an arena, and a second ice pad all together, and a possible library on one floor, and other amenities. Reducing the environmental impact and operational costs of the existing facilities by replacing the aging Pembroke Memorial Centre and Kinsman Pool, which would still be called the Pembroke Memorial Centre, it would be rededicated to the veterans who it was built for, and Kinsman Pool with a new and energy-efficient building that meets the current and future needs of the community. Leveraging the expertise and innovation of the private sector to deliver a high-quality project that meets the standards and expectations of the public sector and the community while sharing the risks and responsibility among the partners. Fostering the social cohesion and civic pride of the community by creating a hub for social interaction, cultural diversity, and community engagement. A P3 Recreation Sportsplex can offer a range of services and amenities that can cater to the diverse needs and interests of the community, such as an aquatic complex that features a 25-meter lap pool, therapeutic pool, and other items that we discussed tonight, or can be adjusted according to budget. Replacement Pembroke Memorial Centre, 3,000 seats or whatever was determined by the needs of the community to host local, regional, and national hockey games and tournaments, as well as ice sports such as figure skating, curling, speed skating, and also serve as a venue for concerts, shows, exhibitions, and conventions. A second ice pad that can provide additional ice time for recreational and competitive ice users, as well as accommodate other sports and activities such as indoor soccer, lacrosse, and roller skating. A possible 10,000 square foot library that can offer an up-to-date, accessible, and operational, as far as expenses go, to replace our library that we have now. The library is 114 years old. Councillor Purcell is the chair, the property chair. I was the property chair. And the library needs, in the report from 3 years ago, it was $1.5 million worth of work. It's probably $3 million now to keep it up to par. There can be other amenities added to a P3, Some of them have a restaurant and other sports medicine, fitness facilities to bring in the revenue to make it viable. A P3 complex in sportsplex can be beneficial and viable for the city and its residents, but requires a collaborative, comprehensive approach to plan, deliver, and sustain. A P3 recreation sportsplex can be a valuable asset and source of pride for the community, as well as a catalyst for the growth and development of the city. Expression of interest is the first step to find out who's interested, if any. The City of Pembroke is seeking expressions of interest for potential private sector partners for development, design, construction, financing, operation and maintenance of a P3 sportsplex in the City of Pembroke Transcan Corporate Park. We have two 28-acre parcels of land there that the city owns that can be accessed. That's a great location for it, right off the highway. And that's my motion. And I think it's worth looking into. Expression of interest first, see what they have to offer. I have a copy of a wording that I designed here. And it's worth looking into, especially where we're at with these asset management reports and the pool report. Thank you, Your Worship.
Does the seconder wish to speak to it?
Yes. Thank you, Worship. I second the motion because we've seen here tonight that we got a price for $42 million to build a pool. Just a pool. We know that even at the 60% funding or at 50% funding, that's too much for the taxpayer. Unless we have community partners. So I second the motion in understanding that expression of interest is just that. It's not a commitment. It's putting it out there. What are people have an idea? Bring us the ideas. Deputy Mayor mentioned many different ideas. Pools, libraries, rink pads, restaurants. You know, it's great to have a big goal. You know, you put everything out on the table and say we're open to it, but just say that, you know, nothing being here discussed tonight is saying that we're closing any facilities except for possibly the pool that we had earlier. But, you know, we're talking about Memorial Center. That's a very heritage building. It's not going anywhere anytime soon. This is an expression of interest saying that we are looking for the future and what the long-term goals and facilities are going to look like in Pembroke. Thanks.
Does anyone else wish to speak to it? Councillor Giacono?
Your Worship, the Deputy Mayor and I don't always see eye to eye on certain things, but on this one, I think it's a brilliant motion. And I know he spent a lot of time researching it. And we have to look to the future. You know, we are continuing to grow as a municipality. You look around at the buildings that are taking place here, and I don't know what the census says about our population, but I don't think it's right. And I think that we're going to see a large increase of people that are exiting from the cities coming here. It's happening now. I've met them. They're from all over. They're from Europe. They're from Southern Ontario, Guelph, Toronto, Scarborough. They're here now. They're buying homes. And I guess some of that's driving the price up because they have the expendable income to purchase a home. And this is a type of facility, if we are going to be a progressive council, need to have to attract people. It may be a big dream, but it costs the same amount to dream big as it does to dream small. So I congratulate the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Plummer for seconding the motion. There's no harm in talk, and who knows what can come out of that. Even if we start with stage one, stage two may fall into place. But we look at our common debt on many of these large facilities. We're going to have to move, whether it's this year or within the next 5 years. So I'd like to thank the Deputy Mayor for his insight, and I hope that Council will go along with it. Thank you.
Councillor Purcell?
Thank you, Mayor. I echo the comments by Councillor Giacono. I think it's, as a vice chair for Parks and Rec, I think it's really, really important, you know, that we start looking into the future. And we've seen success in terms of other communities. Carlton Place rings a bell, you know, multi-facility properties, all under one roof. It makes sense in regards to the operational costs and minimizing operational costs. Again, it's a request for preliminary information, so I think it doesn't cost anything to kind of go out there and look at these P3 opportunities. We talked a little bit earlier tonight in terms of how we're doing business differently, using construction management techniques, and this is another opportunity to kind of look at something different. The costs are crazy. $46 million. I wish it was fixed. $46 million for a pool. The repairs that we need to eventually do to maintain our, the Memorial Center. Other facilities such as the library, just to put brand new windows in that library is a huge investment as well. So there's an opportunity to start thinking big, and kudos to the Deputy Mayor for bringing this forward. And I think this is exactly the vision that we need. And I think, based on the results of our recreational master plan and seeing some of the input, I think this really aligns with the next steps. And again, I think it's the right step right now, and to start planning for the future, seeing what's available, and starting to working those opportunities. So thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Did either of you wish to? Councillor Keel?
So this idea gets me excited to be on this council. And actually I think last year, right after I threw my hat in the ring, I think one of the first people I met with was Councillor Plummer, and we went out for lunch, and one of my questions to him was, where is the PMC and the PAC, and like, where is everything at? Because, should we be looking bigger? It's certainly, when you think of big things in Pembroke, and it's not always about the big things, but when you think about the big things in Pembroke, one of the last major, I think, significant municipal accomplishments was the opening of the waterfront in 2000. Since then, yes, the recreational trail has come through, and there's certainly little things that for some people are big things in their life, but to have a grand vision about where we see the city of Pembroke, not next year, not in 5 years, but in 25 years, I think that's tremendously important, not only for planning purposes, but I think generally speaking, it goes to the core of, are you running a municipality just to stay above water, or are you looking to have a municipality, that's soaring in terms of recreation? And it's true. Councillor Jackson said there's a lot of people from the big cities that are wanting to get away from the big cities, but they want their amenities. They still want to be able to have their recreation facilities, and whether it's I don't think anybody would have thought when Kingston built their new arena that they would be having major concerts at the K-Rock Center. I don't think anybody in Kingston would have suspected the types of talent that they would have brought just by building one new arena. But somebody thought big. I could not be behind the Deputy Mayor more on this one. I know he and I have been talking quite a bit for the last, 3 weeks since he brought the motion. I fully support this, and I encourage this council to think big and think into the future.
Thank you. And so if I can, from the chair, in terms of asking some questions of staff, one, how long does it take for this expression of interest to happen, knowing what's going on with our current pool? Two, what is the cost associated? And number three, does staff have any recommendations before doing the expression of interest regarding a public-private partnership? So there's my three questions.
So the director of operations is here too, so he'll probably be able to do a jump in also. I guess this is a huge step for the city, and I'm not saying it's not the right decision, but I really feel that we should go back to Colliers. So they are the ones that we have engaged with at the pool, and ask them in regards to, is a P3 the right approach, or is there another type of approach for what we're talking about in regards to a mega facility? if we're talking about this type, and if we just say, okay, we're going to go with an expression of interest, the first step would be to determine what it would look like, what would be the programming. I know has been some mentions in regards to what the scope would be: 2 ice pads, a pool, a library. I know in regards to P3s, there's got to be some dollars in it for the developer to to make some money. I know pool won't make money. I know a library won't make money. So the only thing that they're making money off of is the 2 arenas. And so is that enough? There's no sense going out and saying to the public, we want to do this, but not have it scoped out properly. So Colliers, again, could help us with that, or we could go out to an RFP to get someone to scope it out for us. Scoping out of this type and preparing the expression of interest will probably take between 6 to 9 months. Like the stage that we're at right now in regards to the pool has taken us probably, the director is here, but probably, 6 to 9 months too to scope it out. So like the room data sheets and things like that. It's not just a matter of throwing some ideas on a piece of paper and throwing it out to the public. It's got to be scoped out so that everyone's bidding on apples and apples. The cost, we're probably looking at in the order of $80,000 to $100,000 for this to be scoped out properly. And it will also take a lot of time, both recreation, operations staff. So I think that's answered your questions, but at least my approach is to go to Colliers and say, hey, we would like to do a mega project. Is a P3 the best approach, or is there another approach out there? As some of the other councillors had mentioned, there are all kinds of different innovative project delivery. The integrated project delivery is one of them. We just talked about another one in regards to the construction manager. Is P3 the best approach for this mega project, or is there another approach? So love the idea. I would like to have reassurance from our consultant to take a look at that. I'm going to lean on the director to say, how quickly could Colliers kind of take a look at it and provide us a report in regards to the feasibility of a P3?
Through your worship, CAO and I have had an opportunity to speak of this, and some of the information the CAO is providing is information you got from me. I would think Colliers are looking at probably about 6 weeks just to get their head wrapped around what it is that the direction we might be heading. I agree, the idea of a P3 or something similar is really good, and we should definitely be having this conversation. I wouldn't want to see us go too quickly towards that or down that road of a P3 if P3 may not be the way to go. There's all sorts of innovative development type projects out there right now. The industry is huge with coming up with all these innovative ideas. Colliers Project Leaders has a group out of Southern Ontario. They just deal finances. That's all they do. They work with partners, they work with municipalities, they work with other developers and owners to come up with the strategy that suits the owner the best. Maybe it is a P3, maybe it's something different, maybe they have other ideas where we can work on financing options with partners and with P3 and something else. So I would suggest we go back to Colliers, we ask for some advice from that group. Once we have it kind of wrapped around in our heads what might be the best option for us, then we look at Colliers to help us write the expression of interest, the scope, put the timelines together, help us with schedule, all that kind of stuff. The one thing to remember with a P3, it is a contract. and we're not writing a contract. Operations staff, recreation staff is not going to write a contract for a P3. We need somebody to help us with it, and we need somebody to give us some really, really good advice on it. So that would be my suggestions on how we go about it. Bring Colliers back to the table with us and have a discussion regarding what it is we're doing so that we make sure we're heading in the right direction. And talk to them. Good.
Thank you. Councillor Frenier, you were next.
So I believe that, yeah, I hear what you're saying. I was under the assumption, we have a good idea of what we were looking at already, past, without the ice rinks and the library. I was thinking we could put out like a tender, which is really the P3, but I don't know the proper terminology for all this. But I thought that those individuals, once they know what we want, would just come to us and they would pay to do up draft plans and say, this is what we will do, this is what it'll cost. We would want maybe some forgiveness of taxes for so many years, or a guarantee that you are going to use the rink this many hours a year, and then they would try to make profit. But we would basically just be providing them with funds, which wouldn't be what we're paying now, which is $600,000-700,000 a year. So I mean, it sounds a lot more complicated than what I thought it was. But I was Colliers, like it would cost us more money to do that again. I thought we could just put out what we already know. We want a public library, we want 2 ice surfaces, we want a pool, and whatever else they want to put into it would be theirs. That would be the public part of the partnership. If they want to put a restaurant, that would be something they would add. So would this plan not be a collaboration? It wouldn't be completely our idea. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Perhaps staff can respond to it.
Through your worship, yes, and I agree to a certain extent. So right now we have the idea of an aquatic center. We have a concept of an aquatic center. We don't have plans, we have a concept. We have a scope of an aquatic center. So we have scoped that and put a program together. Now we need to scope an ice pad or 2. Other recreational facilities would have to be scoped and put into that. We're looking for a contract for a P3, and I'll say it again, it's a contract. So we need to make sure that we've got everything in there. One of the questions is going to be, who's manning this? Who's going to man the facility? Are they manning the facility, or are we manning the facility? And how is that going to work, considering we have a collective bargaining agreement, and we're doing a partnership with a private sector? So there's those type of things that need to come into play. We still have an extended period of time to try and scope all of these various different things. We have to ask those potential business partners on whether or not a library, as Mr. Unross says, whether or not a library is a money-making proposition for them, or are they taking any loss where that's not going to make them any money. So if they were to put out millions and millions of dollars to build this complex, and they're operating that, they're basically going to lease it back to us. We're going to pay them a certain amount of reduced lease, and we all acknowledge that it would have to be a reduced lease. In 20 years' time, they're going to be asking us to now take over this facility, and it would be ours, and they've made their money and they're moving on. So we got to get all of that put together. I acknowledge it's not great that we have to bring Colliers back in again, pay them more money to head in a different direction, but that's the direction we're heading in. And we need somebody that's got the experience in dealing with as Mr. Unross says, a mega project. We have a mega build we're talking about here, and we need some expertise to help us work in the right direction and make sure we don't stumble again, because we'll just go backwards.
Yeah, Joe, so just to kind of clarify, like, we're not saying, like, in regards to staff, we're not saying, no, this is not a great idea, and no, we're not going to go ahead with it. What we're saying is like, let's just pause a little bit and get some expertise. I don't have any experience with P3s. I'm not sure if Director Lewis either. So we need to go to, an expert, i.e. Colliers, and I don't see the harm in pausing for, 4 to 6 weeks, get an expert opinion from Colliers and bring that report back to council and, go on that direction of an expert, versus, I'm going to say it, rookies. with Mr. Lewis and I.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll just add one more thing. I did have the opportunity when I was down at the Ontario Good Roads Convention, let me rephrase that, it's now called the Good Roads Convention, last spring, and I met with this financial group from Colliers and had a conversation with them about some of the innovative things that they're doing and what they're working on. Very, very interesting. At that point in time, I started thinking about different things in the city that I could see happening in the next while. Long term, where some of these innovative ideas are there and we could benefit from, the community could benefit from. And I really think, as Mr. Unruh says, to just pump the brakes, let's have a conversation with Colliers. I've made contacts, I can have some conversations with them, myself and Director DeRoche and Ms. McLaughlin. We'll have some conversations and see where we can go with this, and then we can come back with, here's what the experts are saying, and here's the path they believe is probably best suited for us. Definitely not saying no and that we don't want to go there. I think we just need to approach it in the correct way.
The Deputy Mayor?
The expression of interest, there's already proven P3s in the area in Canada. This is no different than any community that is aging facilities. Aging facilities. Rink here, library there, this over there. So the whole intent of the motion, of the idea here, is to see who's interested in a possible P3 sportsplex. And when they answer, they're not going to answer if they don't think it's worth it. And they do a feasibility study. Then you get in a conversation, and then you might have to bring in Colliers. But the goal is to see who's interested, simple 5 to 7 page document with the vision, and they provide their vision, and they provide their ideas to you on what would make it work. That was the idea, to get this going. We've had Colliers before with the pool. They're very capable, but I don't think we should spend money. I don't know why it would take 6 to 9 months to do an expression of interest, listing what we're looking at, and let the firms submit their ideas to us. And we just have to, what's their vision, and what formula they suggest. So this has been done before all across Canada. So get it out there, get it done.
Mr. Lewis?
Thank you, Worship. And I'm not disagreeing with the Deputy Mayor at all. There are P3s all over Canada. There's P3s all over the continent. There's P3s all over the world. There's partnerships in small municipalities and small communities that are, the partner is actually not on this continent. There's partnerships from everywhere. Definitely agree it's something that can happen. But if we don't, my fear is if we don't approach it correctly, are we going to put something out? Are we going to put an expression of interest out that those big partners that we may want to partner with are going to look at us and say, they don't have a clue what they're doing, I'm not getting involved in that. I think if we have some expertise, and maybe, if I could suggest, maybe it's just a call to this group out of Colliers and say, here's the idea that the city's talking about. This is the dream we have. This is where we're going. Let's sit down for an hour and have a conversation and just kind of help us get a direction, and then we'll go from there. And then we can come back. Mr. Unruh and myself can come back and we can have that discussion further as to what that meeting, what we got out of that meeting. I would be fearful that, as Mr. Unruh says, the rookies are taking a shot at an expression of interest. We put it out there, and we're not going to garner the interest we believe is there because we just don't have the expertise to put that expression of interest together properly.
I have Councillor Keel and then Councillor
Right.
Jackson.
What was there a comment there, or?
What's that?
Well, I'm acknowledging Councillor Keel and then Councillor Giacono.
Well, now I'm caught in the middle. I see staff's point, and I respect staff's point. But I also see what when the deputy mayor was talking to me, and I grilled him a little over the phone. I mean, I never just jump onto what he's saying. But I mean, I guess what I would be concerned about is the P3 model, of course, basically is expecting a private company to come in because they think that they can make money. They don't come in to basically gift something to the local municipality. So my concern would be that we end up spending, $100 or whatever $1,000, only to find out that no one's actually interested. And then we're right back where we were. So I don't know if there's middle grounds on both sides. I don't know if there's sort of a way that we can do a pre-consult with Colliers, sort of a quicker, but get some initial expertise, because that would make me feel a little comfortable. The last thing that I just stood up a moment ago and said this to me is one of the greatest things for us to have a vision on. I also don't want us to fall flat on our face. That's not going to help anybody in the city of Pembroke. So I am wondering if there's a way to gauge interest and see if there's anything out there, but doing it in the appropriate way. And I'm looking to the deputy mayor to see where he might give on the issue. I agree that I don't want to go down the road of spending all kinds of money just to find out that there is no interest. But I'm wondering if there's a middle ground between what we're all saying. I don't know if staff and the deputy mayor want to speak to that one, but I feel like there must be some middle way to both see if there's any interest at all before we start spending a lot of money, but also making sure that if we're going down the path, we're going down the path in the right way. So I'm not trying to sit on the fence here. Both sides are making good arguments.
Mr. Unruh wishes to respond to you.
Yeah, so, I think is what the Director Lewis has recommended is that let's have a pre-consultation with Colliers. Colliers or some other consultant has to be involved. Myself or Mr. Lewis are not going to write this expression of interest, and there's no one on staff that's going to write this expression of interest. So we have to engage a consultant. It's either Colliers or another consultant. If you want another consultant, then we can do an RFP for a consultant. The suggestion would be to Colliers. I think it'd be, as Mr. Lewis has said, a simple call to Colliers to engage them and get their input, and then we can bring back a report based on that discussion with Colliers and see in regards to, okay, are we way off base? Are we, and in regards to timelines, it's not going to take that long. We're not talking the $100,000. That would be to do a full expression of interest. But this is just to kind of say, hey, this is what we're talking about, and here's where we're going. So I think that's the middle ground in regards to getting that opinion from a third-party expert on the situation, and then we can bring back a report to council.
Councillor Giacono and then the deputy mayor.
Your Worship, members of council, I guess we're in a bit of a quandary. The KI Centre in Kingston, I don't know whether that was just a municipal project or there was a P3 or whatever, but I'm sure they did not just put out an expression of interest. They went to have a consultant tell them what they should be doing. I mean, it's built sort of in an oddball place near the waterfront. I always found it odd, but it attracts people. The concerts are full. I'd like to ask Mr. Lewis, in his professional opinion, if you think that any of these 3P projects, these big mega ones that are done across the country, are done with a consultation by somebody, by the municipality, because I have a fear if you have the developer come in and he brings his consultant, the information may be a little skewed to favor what they're going to be doing. And I mean, you know, we're doing it for us, for the benefit of our people, so that consultant should be giving us the facts that we want to hear, and perhaps not a developer who has a set goal of making a buck, and I'm not saying this would happen, but he may say, well, you know, you could maybe twist that information a little bit so that we can proceed. I have a fear of that, whereas we're in control, we can say yes, yay, nay, or whatever. Because once the developer is there, he's not there for the benefit of the city of Pembroke. He's there to make a buck, you know, whether we appreciate it or not. Nobody is in a large-scale entertainment business to help the guy at the other end who's paying the, you know, paving the roads and putting the sewers in. They're there to make a profit, and as it was said, after a while, and I've asked this of Councillor Deputy Mayor, after a while, they made the buck. See ya. Who's got the old pool? Who's got the old library? Who's got the old arena? And who's got to look after it? You know, there's got to be certain agreements. So I'm asking you, do you think, Mr. Lewis, in your professional opinion, that these P3 people would have their own developer come in, or their own, what am I looking for? What's the word? Consultant come in to represent them? Of course they would, because it would be to their advantage. So whose advantage is it? Is it to ours to get our own guy to tell us the truth? Say, look, here it is, we spill the beans, here's what we want, is this pie in the sky? And if we don't like that answer, then we proceed with step 2.
Thank you, Your Worship. At the end of the day, the City of Pembroke's going to be the owner of the facility. So the developer, the partner, the P3 group is going to want us there at the table. They're going to want our input. They're going to want to make sure that they're doing things that, yes, at the end of the day, we're going to be happy with because it is our facility at the end of the day. With that being said, as we do when we hire an engineering consultant to do a design for us and do contract administration, we want some oversight. Again, I go back to the project management team. We already have that project management team in Colliers. We don't have to stick with them. We could go to somebody else now that we're looking at a potentially different project. But with that being said, we need that oversight. We need somebody on our side, in our corner, to help with that oversight. And what Mr. Unruh and I are trying to emphasize is, I've never done a P3. Mr. Unruh's never done a P3. I've read lots of stories about P3s going absolutely great, and I've heard some horror stories about P3s and how they could go bad. It's a contract, and if the contract's not written up properly, things could go badly. All we're suggesting is we need some expertise to help us get to that point, and I think, as Mr. Unruh expressed better than I did, having that pre-consultation with Colliers, their finance group, the people that do this, that work through these type of big things, we can sit down with them, we can have a conversation, we can get an idea of what they're recommending, what we think works for us, the direction we think we want to go, and then we'll bring it back to council and we'll report back.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to give the deputy mayor the last say, and then unless there's a different motion, I'm calling the question.
Okay, so when you have P3s, some of them have a certain percentage residual building fund, so that in 30 years or whatever, 25, 30, if it's handed over to the community, it's in good shape. They have a building maintenance fund they have. There's different ways you can do it. The motion is on the floor. And so with the understanding, if it's approved, that you can go to Colliers. How long would that take, though, Mr. Unruh? Have this quick conversation. You said.
Yeah, it would probably be like 4 to 6 weeks to max.
Okay. So, yeah, the motion stands, and then with the understanding that they're gonna talk to the Colliers.
Not be part of the motion, then, that it's clear, because it's either that, or you can table it
Okay.
and they can bring it back, or
You want me to amend the motion?
it's the deputy mayor's and Councillor
Okay.
Plummer's motion. but-
Motion that the city of Pembroke issue expression of interest for firms interested in a public-private partnership with the city of Pembroke for a multi-sports facility, recreation hub. Staff will discuss the expression of interest with Colliers and come back with a report.
He's just simply amending it, and I take it the seconder's good with it? So we're,
Yeah. Okay,
staff are good with the motion, we're all good with the motion, I'll call the question, those in favor, and that is carried, thank you. Okay.
so,
Next up is mayor's report. So good evening, everyone. It's my pleasure to bring to you my mayor's report. As I stated at the last number of council meetings with fall upon us and the increased risk of flu and COVID, I would ask everyone to be mindful of this and do their part in helping reduce the risk. The health unit will be utilizing wastewater data to examine the trends, which was not available at the last mayor's information meeting on the 2nd of November, but will be made available at the next meeting. Anyone looking for information, please go to the rcdhu.com website or give the health unit a call. Further, I wish to bring to council's attention that the Minister of Finance has written and presumably written to all mayors to comment upon the 2024 UMP funding. The minister indicated that he was looking for predictability in announcing 2024 UMP funding allocations now and in maintaining an overall structure of this particular program. We've heard from Madam Treasurer earlier this evening that we've received an increase in funding from approximately 1.5 million to 1.6 million. I would like to think that the ongoing meetings with members of provincial government, such as the Parliamentary Assistant of Infrastructure, senior policy advisors to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, as well as our member of provincial parliament, are having the desired effect of raising our concerns and that they are listening. This by no means is to take away from our meetings in relationship with MP Cheryl Gallant and the federal government, who are listening as well. On a positive note, I wish to bring to everyone's attention and to acknowledge a photo book from a Pembroke resident, Massimo Lizola. He has a number of books published, and this particular one is about locations in Pembroke. Simply wonderful, and it will be available at City Hall for anyone that wishes to view it. Another great work by a local resident. In respect to invitations and appearances, on October 19th, the City of Pembroke held a mayor's breakfast. This event was held as part of the Small Business Week, hosting many entrepreneurs and the Chamber of Commerce. I really appreciated the great turnout and the many questions that were raised. As expressed then, we must operate as part of a larger community and work together with many partners to be successful. Many thanks to Heather Sutherland and to Elijah McEwen for their great work in organizing this event. On October 20th, I was presented with the first Poppy of 2023 Poppies campaign at the Pembroke Legion as we lead up to Remembrance Day. I encourage everyone to make a donation to the Pembroke Poppy, to the Poppy campaign if they can afford to do so, and to take a moment on Remembrance Day to consider the many brave men and women who made sacrifices, many of them making the ultimate sacrifice so that we might enjoy the freedoms we enjoy today. On October 21st, the Deputy Mayor and I had the pleasure to attend Highview Public School Centennial Open House. Just think for a moment about all the educators that shaped the many different minds, including the Deputy Mayors. I really appreciated the opening ceremony, which had a land acknowledgement as well as an Indigenous drumming circle led by Trevor Pierce. On October 26, 2023, I attended the Algonquin College Business Leadership Conference. It was truly a great conference with David Phillips, Elizabeth Manley, retired General David Fraser, as well as Robin Hanley Defoe as guest speakers. The speakers were very engaging, and it was an excellent day. The City of Pembroke provided some funds in respect to the Business Innovation Award, which was provided to the town of Petawawa regarding their initiative being the Container Market Program. On November 3rd, I had the pleasure to attend and welcome the proprietor of Cindy Lou Boutique, located at 1200 Pembroke Street West, which is the West End Mall. Please join me in welcoming the newest addition to the Pembroke business community by stopping in and shopping local. I'm specifically mentioning the address because it was brought to my attention that not everyone knows different locations in Pembroke if they move to this area. November 4th, I had the pleasure to attend the Indigenous Business Expo. This event was presented by the BDC and sponsored by the City of Pembroke, MyFM, and North Algona Wilberforce, and produced locally by Kitchener Productions. This event was well organized and well attended. I understand that a number of council members was there, and certainly a significant number of staff members were present at this particular event. Later that evening, I had the pleasure of attending with Councillor Purcell, the Deputy Mayor, as we went to the Pembroke Public Library to attend a volunteer appreciation tea. As Fred Blackstein has previously said, and I paraphrase, volunteers do not get paid not because they're worthless, but because they're priceless, and I simply couldn't agree more with that statement. Pembroke is blessed with many volunteers doing great things for individuals and organizations in our community. Bravo to the many volunteers of the Pembroke Public Library for ensuring that our library provides top-shelf service, not only for the Pembroke residents, but the entire region. Their dedication ensures that we have great service to the community for years to come. As always, stay safe and be kind to one another. Are there any notices of motion? Okay, seeing none. Councillor updates. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a few items tonight. I want to thank everyone in the community who supported, donated, and attended the October 20th God to Mind fundraiser at Fitzy's 86 Sports Bar. I learned two things that night, that Councillor Keel doesn't like to dance, and that Councillor Freni can really cut the rug. Well, I think you like to dance, but anyhow. Community Watch, on behalf of the mayor and I, a Community Watch group. The signs are up downtown. The downtown now is officially Community Watch area, and also Johnson Meadows off of subdivision off of Boundary Road near the fire hall. There is a 260 Elizabeth Street, otherwise known as the Peter White Towers. It was, it and the area residences was certified by the Police Services Board at their last meeting, and signs will be up soon. There is a community watch meeting at Zaytunas at 6:30 p.m. on Wednesday, November 15th, which will be the PBIA are hosting that. So it's for the Downtown Core PBA group or anybody that wants to attend. I had the pleasure of attending Geek Fest at the Pembroke Legion on Saturday, and I want to congratulate Jay Dolan and Jay Crawford. This is an event that started, Jay Crawford started it up in Deep River, and then Jay Dolan and Jay Crawford brought it to Pembroke. Jay Dolan lives in Pembroke, and it was the first event, and they had a very good crowd. They had over 350 people attend. So for anybody interested, they'll be doing it again next year. Went to the Indigenous Business Expo, as the mayor indicated. Great event. And the Library Appreciation Tea. Councillor Purcell and I were there with the mayor. On behalf of the PBA, we want to thank everyone who participated in the Pumpkin Fest, October 28th. There was great attendance. I want to thank Thea Summers, director of the PBA, and everyone. And I got different comments about, how great it was, the number of children down there. And I think next year we should consider, closing off the main street just for a couple hours while they have it, because it is a huge event, enjoyed by all. We have the Youth Council meeting on Monday, November 13th, at the library in the boardroom at 5 p.m. The Youth Council is growing. We had a great meeting a couple of months ago, and it's going to take a while to grow, but we'll get there. We're going to be speaking to the school board soon. And if you want more information, contact Councillor Frenier, myself, or Councillor Keel. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Any other? Councillor Purcell and then Councillor Frenier.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple important updates in regards to health units. So I know that the provincial government back in 2019 is looking at consolidating and amalgamating health units. So Renfrew County District Health Unit may be looking to expand. The number that they're looking for is probably about 500,000 in the catchment area. So that being said, it was parked in 2020 as a result of COVID, and now that there's, I've got some other sad news in regards to the Pembroke Area Community Task Force. I received a email from the chair, Steve Boland, that Zion Lutheran Church may not be available to house a warming center. So that's really disappointing. I will be attending their meeting on Thursday evening just to get some further information. So that being said, I know that we have a special meeting of council coming up. So it looks like we're going to be looking at a different space. And of course, some of those spaces come with lease costs. So that wasn't factored into some of the preliminary numbers that we provided. So it's unfortunate, but again, I had the clerk provide everyone today in terms of a message from the Mayor of Cornwall, where an individual, a vulnerable population individual, succumbed to the elements. And it was a very, very sad, and the mayor discussed in terms of, what if we could have done something sooner. So, keep that in mind. Let's get back to the drawing board. I know for a fact, just being out yesterday and the day before, just doing some things around the house, coming in and my hands were frozen at a 0-degree temperature. So this is urgent. As you're well aware, we identified a homelessness, most vulnerable homelessness emergency, and we are in emergency right now. So we really need to come up with a solution and do what's right for those individuals that do not have a place of warm refuge this winter. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Frenier?
Well, one of my reports kind of just got deflated. It's really sad news. The fact that we thought we had a location. And I was going to report that, the meetings have been going well and that funding partners have come to the table and that hopefully when we got together next week, the ask wouldn't be so great because the county and Laurentian Valley and other partners came to the table. So this is really unfortunate. And the sad part is that location really needed minimal alterations to make it suitable. So if there's anyone out there that knows of another location, a church basement or something that doesn't have to be rezoned, this is important, you're correct. It's cold out. I drive my warm car and I'm still shivering, so I can't imagine sleeping outside. So that took the steam out of my report on the warming station. On another note, not directly related, but in that neighborhood, the Police Services Board meeting, I did bring forth just some concerns about making it more transparent as to what our police force is doing to combat, crime and trafficking, things of that nature in our community. And no doubt they're doing a lot that we don't know about. And they do have a special investigation team that's always working on it, that they can't disclose a lot of the details. But I just want the public to know it's not as easy as you think. You may know that there's trafficking going on in a location. They just can't bang the door down. And in most cases, even if they could, because they had the right to with the warrant or whatever, that individual's back on the street in 2 days. And they also know that those are not necessarily the individuals they need to be arresting, because those individuals need a facility where they can go and get better because they're feeding an addiction. I just want you to know that I asked if there's other steps we could be doing, our force, to try to combat these social issues, in a more effective way. And as the mayor can contest, they said there may be, but it all comes with a dollar sign. And it would have to come from a report from the Special Investigations Unit themselves. So I just want you to know, sure, if you want to hire, 20 more officers to be full-time and maybe more on the Special Investigations Unit, but I just want the citizens to know that our officers are out there and they do know the hot spots. But anyway, they can't control what's coming in from other cities either, so thank you and be patient.
Okay, thank you. Oh, Councillor Keel, and then it's...
Thank you, Your Worship. Certainly, I was glad to see Councillor Lafreniere and the Deputy Mayor at the Got You in Mind fundraiser. I know he put a lot of work into that one and was the host for the evening, and I know quite a bit of money was raised, but even more so, just knowledge and information was put out there, and that's sometimes priceless. Following that, I attended the Gord Bamford concert, which raised money for the Robbie Dean Centre, and we raised over $10,000 at that particular concert. Following that, in fact, the next night was the Susan Aglukark concert, which was part of the Downey Wenjack Legacy event. If anyone missed that, that was a spectacular concert. Susan not only is a fabulous singer, a multi-award-winning singer, but she also brought us a lot of the stories that led to some of the songs and how her family and her Indigenous background has led to such a stellar career. Ryan Belleville, a comedian, was in town. That was another well-attended event at Festival Hall. The Indigenous Business Expo, I got to say, Dorian Pierce really knocked that one out of the park. That was when I attended, I suppose mid-afternoon, the place was packed with people. Everyone that was participating in the expo said that they were having a really good time. So for a first event, certainly Mr. Pierce knocked that one out of the park, and congratulations to him for bringing that to the city of Pembroke. There was a veterans concert as well on Saturday that I co-produced. I think it went okay. Certainly we raised a few $1,000s for our local legions. I think it went well enough to do it again next year, and hopefully in a bigger and better way. In terms of the Festival Hall update that I always give, our very own local Streetlight Theatre Company, a youth production of Frozen. The dates are November 17th, 18th, 19th, the 23rd, the 24th, and the 25th. So I would certainly encourage everyone to attend Festival Hall, but certainly for one of our local productions, that would be really good for, you might see Councillor Lafreniere there. And obviously Remembrance Day is coming up this Saturday. Taking off the veterans concert, my grandfather is a veteran. I think the majority of my great uncles were veterans, and I certainly encourage everyone on Saturday to take a moment, or if you can't on Saturday, else at another time this week, to take a moment to respect and consider everything that our veterans have done for us. They're really the true heroes in terms of us living in a free and democratic society. And when you see a veteran, take a moment to thank them. When you see a military officer in uniform, thank them. They put a lot more than their time on the line to do the job that they do, and when they come back, sometimes they're not the same people that they were when they left, and we should be so incredibly grateful for everything that they've done. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Giacono?
Your Worship, I just wanted to congratulate Councillor Keel on his efforts for the fundraiser for the Legions. The musical talent that was there, I happened to attend, I bought a ticket, just blew me away. There were 12 guitarists, a female singer, and a drummer. And some of those guitarists had not known how to play guitar 6 months before the performance. But I would have paid $200 to see them play because they were so fabulous. So if you get a chance to see it, I believe it's going to be on Kojigo or on YouTube, you got to have a peek at what's happening. And a lot of these guys that were suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, and the music helped heal them. And you could see the camaraderie on the stage like it was electric. You could see that. And I also just want to comment that there was probably 10 or 12 service dogs there. These are dogs that make them feel better, you know. They're suffering obviously from some mental anxiety, but the music helped heal them, the dogs helped heal them, and I think people coming out to hear them play was part of the healing. So congratulations. I know you worked very hard along with your cohort, Mr. Patel. It was very professional, and I know everybody does their bit, but you know, our veterans are why we're here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Plummer, I understand you have a motion to move into a closed session.
I do. Move by myself, second by the deputy mayor, that meeting become a closed meeting to discuss proposed acquisition or disposition of lands by municipality as per section 239-2C of Municipality Act regarding 252 to 270 Pembroke Street West, lands on Elmira and Julian Street, and a lot within the LaPointe subdivision off Boundary Road, and labor relations of an employee negotiation as per section 239-2D of Municipality Act regarding changes to workload rules of specific employees in the planning, building, and bylaw enforcement department, and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to negotiations carried on by or on behalf of the municipality as per section 239K of the Municipal Act regarding water negotiations with the town of Petawawa.
By Councillor Plummer, second by the deputy mayor, the meeting become a closed meeting to discuss first, proposed acquisition or disposition of lands by the municipality as per section 239-2C of the Municipal Act regarding 252 to 270 Pembroke Street West, lands on Elmira and Julian Streets, and a lot within the LaPointe subdivision off of a Boundary Road, and labor relations or employee negotiations as per section 239-2D in the Municipal Act regarding changes to workload or roles of specific employees in the planning, building, and bylaw enforcement department, and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality as per section 239K of the Municipal Act regarding water negotiations within the town of Petawawa. Those in favor? That is carried. We will now move into a closed session.